Buenos dias, buenas noches, y buenos aires. Today, tonight, and forevermore, you are going to be exposed to some of the most exciting and important things the world has ever produced. Currently, the New York Rangers have not begun playing. They won't begin playing for about an hour, in fact. But I wanted to do some non-New York Rangers hockey watch party live streaming prior to the games starting. Accordingly, here we are. So, some things I wanted to talk about. Some things that were very, very important. Things like, did you know that in Japan, they have different cultural norms than we do, I guess. I've been watching this anime. It's pretty good. It's in my usual genre of anime that I like, which is kind of like magic and supernatural stuff or whatever. But this one is a comedy, like a sexy comedy, but it's mature too, so they show boobs in it. They don't show anything else in it, but they show boobs in it. And it's called High School DxD, which I think is basically High School Double D's. The thing is, that show would never fly in the United States. It would not fly. People would be all up in arms about it. But it's actually a pretty entertaining show. I don't find it arousing or anything. Like, I don't know. I've never found hentai particularly effective on me, you know. But regardless, this is pretty softcore regard in any event, and it's mostly done for comedic sake. Like the main character is the quintessential Japanese perv character, so he wants to peek at girls all the time and see their panties and stuff. Anyway, he develops a power in the show called dress break, which causes he uses the spell with it like a chop, and it causes all the girls' clothes to break away from her. So anyway, it's pretty funny. It's a pretty funny show, and of course, the thing is that if you're gonna have a show like that, you're gonna have to carefully balance the power dynamics if it's gonna feel comfortable to everybody. So he's the lowest. He's the pawn of this devil queen, who's very, very much in charge, and he's like very scared of her, but he also wants to get on her, you know. So I've been actually enjoying that show quite a bit. I don't normally go towards the ones that are designed to be titillating, but they pull this one off. It's impressive. Okay, so that was one topic I wanted to discuss. Uh, Next topic I wanted to discuss. For those of you who don't watch sports, and that's pretty much most people who associate with this channel, I think, don't really watch a lot of sports. But it is a great time of year to turn into a sports fan right now. I'll tell you why. You got the NBA playoffs going on. You got the NHL playoffs going on. And the hockey games last night were great. NHL playoff hockey is absolutely so fun and exciting to watch. If you have not developed the habit of watching NHL playoff hockey, I'd like to encourage you to check it out because if you like any kind of sport at all, and the thing to like about sports is, I think intuitive sometimes don't get it, like why people are into sports. Because the way that a lot of people are into sports is by being a huge fan of a certain team and following everything that they do. I'm a fan of good games. And so if there's a high stakes game at high level of play with two evenly matched teams and it's going back and forth, that's going to be exciting if the crowd's all there and everybody's freaking out for their team and moaning and groaning when the other team makes a shot and stuff like that. That's going to inherently be exciting to watch. You just have the for FE users anyway, you're going to pick up the kind of vicarious emotional energy of the crowd and the people who are playing and what you're watching, And NHL playoff hockey is fantastic for that because, like I was watching one of the games last night, and one guy was checked into the boards up against the plexiglass walls that go all the way around it, and was being held there, like pushed his head into the glass, and then the fans right behind it were just like pounding on the glass right in this guy's face. It was hilarious. Hockey's intense, real intense. One player yesterday had to be helped off the ice. He took such a hard hit in one of the games, and the offending player, it was ruled a penalty. It was a roughing minor, and the guy just fucking laid him out. It was like 2 minutes in the box. Hockey is a tough ass sport. Those guys are tough. I love the way the officials manage hockey too. The officials are not foul happy. They try to keep their whistles in their pockets. And as a consequence, the movement of play along up and down the ice is very fast paced. You can have long stretches where there's not any face off or something like that, or have to restart. Sometimes it'll go into the stands, they got to restart. Or it's like, I'm a fairly recent watcher of hockey. I don't inherently know a great deal about it, but I've learned from watching it starting like last year, year before Rich and I started watching the Islanders when they were doing in the playoffs last year, I guess. This year, the Rangers are in the playoffs right now as well, so Rachel's more of a Rangers fan than an Islanders fan. Of course, Rachel's from New York, so you can reasonably expect her to be some kind of New York sports team fan if she's going to like sports at all. Interestingly, like me, I think Rachel was just around a lot of censors and such, and was exposed to a lot of sports, and she seems to genuinely enjoy watching sports with me, which I appreciate. Because I don't want to just watch sports alone by myself, with the tears streaming down my face. We went out in the wilderness car today. Went further than we ever gone out before, and crossed some gnarly terrain. I think it's fair to call it gnarly, yeah. 4 p.m. I thought it was at 4:30. It's at 4 p.m. that the Rangers play. It's the Canucks. The New York Canucks play at 4:30. Well, I'm not that interested in seeing the Canucks. I'm much more interested in seeing the Rangers. And then for basketball, I'll watch the Clippers-Phoenix game tonight. I'm interested in that game. I would like to see the Clippers win. We watched the Sacramento Golden State game last night. It was a very good game. And Sacramento won again. So the reigning champions, hi Acacia. At the moment I'm chatting a little sports, but if you'd like to change the topic until the Rangers game comes on, be my guest. be my breast. So anyway, yeah, the Sacramento Kings won the Pacific Division of the NBA, and all 5 teams of the Pacific Division of the NBA made the playoffs. Clippers, Lakers, Kings, Warriors. There's one more, I guess. Phoenix. So the Kings, Sacramento Kings, are obviously somewhat for real, you know, if they can win that division, which is probably the toughest division in basketball. Although Lakers were easy early on. Well, I think it's fair to say that they've got a real team in Sacramento. Where is Rachel? I don't know where she went. She was here a minute ago. Or 5 minutes ago, maybe. And she'll be back shortly, I'm sure. She probably went to do vagina maintenance or something. Something girls do, you know. Girls have to do vagina maintenance like 3 or 4 times a day. So they go into the bathroom, they take a cotton swab and cover it in rubbing alcohol and rub it up into their vagina to clean it out. Then they tap it gently with baby powder, and then they tie a little bow. And tie a little bow around their clitoris. And most women do this at least 3 or 4 times a day. Well, my penis maintenance regime is extensive, let's say. Let's put it that way. It begins with a gentle sink bath in warm, soapy water where it soaks for 30 minutes. Mind you, that's in the gentlest of soaps. And then we air dry outside. So I got to take myself outside and just flap around in the outside breeze, which sometimes can be a little bit cold. So I've got this outfit that is just all warm except for my junk hangs out. And then I put on a scrotum enriching cream, of course. And I've got to put shaft polish, then Rogaine on the head of my penis. I'm trying to get it to grow hair. I think that'd be a cute little surprise, you know. What's that, Eric? Well, that's the result of years of applying Rogaine to the head of my penis. Now, I may not have a full head of hair, but my dick does. Yeah. Then I've got an exfoliating rub, then a mud mask. I'm talking about my penis maintenance regimen.
Oh.
Yeah. Then I apply thin layers of fat taken from the leanest of baby veals, which has been pasteurized like milk, but remains uncooked. I wrap it in that.
Hi,
And then,
Keisha.
And I put a little shower cap that goes over there, and then I let that sit for most of the day. Then the buffing, naturally. The massaging. The manscaping. And then there's the curling. I do a curling iron for certain parts of my pubes, That's how I get them so curly. My pubes are naturally straight. I've always been embarrassed by it because other people's pubes are curly, So I use a curling iron. Yeah, this topic brought to you by the question, where's Rachel? Because I said she's probably doing some vagina maintenance. Because, girls have to do vagina maintenance 3 or 4 times a day. And then I was asked, well, what about your peen maintenance? I had to get into my extensive program of appliques, removals, moisturizers, dryinizers, remoisturizers, suppleness enhancers, suppleness reducers, hair removers, hair adders, there's a lot of different steps. I gotta apply rhinestones sometimes.
What about those like wigs for your pubes?
I don't need even a wig for my penis because what you think is a wig, that's my naturally growing hair. I've been applying Rogaine to the head of my penis now for many years, and it's worked. That's why I've got such a beautiful, long, flowing head of penis hair. And for that, of course, I use Pantene as my starting product, but then I work my way up the shampoo chain. So it gets washed by at least a dozen shampoos, then a dozen conditioners. So it's got so much body and sheen.
So much body and sheen.
Okay, Sharon, how much body and sheen does your hair have, do you think? Does it have enough? Have you been using enough body and sheen enhancing shampoos and conditioners? Sometimes we don't like to ask ourselves the hard questions, Acacia. That's why I'm asking you this hard question, so you don't have to ask yourself. Have you been directing enough attention to buying body and sheen enhancing shampoos and conditioners? You're too frugal. So what you're really saying is every day you walk into the world and you move through the world thinking, dear Lord, how hideous I am. My hair doesn't have enough body or sheen. Is that what you're saying? Or are you okay with it? Are you like, you know what? I prefer bodiless, sheenless hair. Or maybe you're so blessed that you don't even need fancy shampoos and conditioners. You get your body and sheen by eating the right kind of dog food. Because, if you want to get a glossy coat, eat certain kinds of dog food. If you want to save on shampoo and conditioner, eat certain kinds of dog food. Yeah. How much dog food do you think you have to eat to equal 1 container's worth of shampoo and 1 container's worth of conditioners worth of body and sheen? You think you have to eat a whole huge bag of dog food? In other words, is eating dog food less effective at creating body and sheen than using body and sheen enhancing shampoos and conditioners? Plate of pedigree twice daily. Is it a slower process then? Does your coat grow more glossy over the course of weeks and months, or do you see a quick result? Or you're like, wow, my coat is so much more glossy today. Right after you started eating it, or what? Well, yeah, dog food's cheaper.
Mm.
But my question is it does it work just as fast as those important body and sheen enhancing shampoos? I would expect it to take a longer time because you have to digest it first before the sheen and body enhancing molecules travel through your blood to your hair.
Mm.
Right, you need to go to the groomers. Well, you don't want to become infested with fleas. This is one of the problems with getting body and sheen via dog food. All of a sudden, your hairs become much more subject to flea infestation.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So that's why I guess Acacia's got to use Frontline.
I guess so.
The thing is, Acacia, remember to put it right here behind your neck so that you can't get at it. Otherwise, you might lick it and it's not good for you. You could put it right there, right behind the back of the neck. Okay, so anyway, speaking of animal food, Rachel and I went to the market to get some cat food yesterday.
Yes.
We did a pretty good job at the store. We got a fair number of things, spent a fairly little amount of money,
Yeah.
and we went on our big wilderness outing. And the other thing that's kind of cool is Rachel and I have been watching at least parts of a variety of, or many, Oakland A's games. Now, the Oakland A's are 3-14. I believe that's the worst record in the major leagues. And they were picked preseason second to last by the ESPN picking thing. So, here's what I have to tell you about that. I kind of like the fact that Rachel and I are watching these games by this horrible team. Because, I mean, you know for sure the A's, the Athletics, the Oakland Athletics, you know for sure it's like 1-1. Oakland's got a man on first and third, nobody out. You just know somehow it's going to be strikeout, pop up, strikeout, inning over. They're not going to capitalize on it. You know when it's tied in the eighth inning and the other team comes up to bat, the A's the A's relief pitcher is going to give up a run. At least one, maybe two. It's crazy. It's like the opposite of watching a good team. It's like the exact opposite. When you watch a good team, you expect your team to keep doing this great shit, and it keeps doing it. You know, when you watch this horrible team, you expect them to keep being horrible, and they keep being horrible. They're like bad at every aspect of the game, as far as I can tell. They're defensively they're just a nightmare.
Yeah.
They started to run a little bit, but they don't run nearly enough on the base paths. I think they got some speed on the team, but their power guy and like cleanup hitter guy and stuff is just he's a little bit strikeouty and a little bit warning track powery, which is just you know not going to cut it. But most of all, the pitching staff is terrible. They're just the bullpen is a nightmare. Some of the starting pitching is okay, but oh, the Oakland A's.
Yeah. All of the Oakland days.
So it's 4 o'clock now. The Rangers game is supposed to come on at 4, but it's not actually going to come on until, yeah, that's right. I think we all know. um, what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the New York Rangers versus the New Jersey Devils. But what I want to explain to you is this. Even though it says it's going to come on at 4 o'clock, it's not going to come on at 4 o'clock. It's going to actually, the puck's going to drop at like 4:15 or 4:20 or something. Well, I'll keep it in the other tab there. What I'm going to do is pause it for right now. And then I'll keep an eye so it doesn't need to use up bandwidth. And I'll keep an eye on the ESPN score thing at the top, which will tell me when it begins. Or if somebody here in the stream will let me know when it actually starts, that'd be fine too. Maybe they're trying to tire him out having to field bad balls. Well, so the thing is, we've talked now a little bit about the Oakland A's, and we've talked now a little bit about the basketball. We talked about the Kings a little bit. We talked about the Golden State Warriors a little bit. But we're also receiving here the San Francisco Giants local broadcast. San Francisco Giants are not doing especially well at the moment, but they're projected to do reasonably well. So I will expect them to move towards 500 here at some point, and hopefully after that continue to win and maybe even make the playoffs. Who knows? But the A's, I can guarantee you, there's no way this team is gonna somehow turn it around or catch fire. I don't think. I mean, who knows? Anything's possible, but it just doesn't seem to have the pieces necessary to be successful, really.
No.
So when we were watching the basketball game last night, because we have the two local basketball broadcasts up here, our Golden State and Sacramento Kings, we got to choose between three different channels to watch the game on. We could watch the Kings broadcast, we could watch the Warriors broadcast, or we could watch the TNT broadcast. We chose to watch the Kings broadcast, and it's more fun when you watch the local broadcast team of the team that you're watching playing than it is watching the national broadcast. I don't particularly like the jolly, bantery atmosphere of TNT's basketball team, anchored in large part by Charles Barkley, who is just a little too into playing around too much, for my tastes. But the Sacramento Kings are doing quite well. They've won both the first two games against the Golden State Warriors, who are the defending champions and who have Steph Curry, widely considered possibly the best player in the game. Certainly, maybe not right now, but certainly it was the case a few years ago. He is a little bit older now, but he's always at the very top of the free throw shooting percentages. He's the best free throw shooter in the game, and he's also always nailing these crazy three-pointers all the time, He's like, look at me, I can shoot the ball from anywhere, pow! Yeah, he's a living player. Yeah, he's currently, he and his Golden State Warriors, Steph Curry, he and his Golden State Warriors are currently down 2-0 against the Sacramento Kings. This isn't a huge surprise to people because Kings won the division, but there's kind of a general consensus that, well, once the Warriors get into the playoffs, they'll turn it on, and they're the champions, and they still have the bulk of that squad with Curry and the Green. Oh, thought ever? No, no, no. I meant currently playing. I guess you could say best contemporary player.
That's fair. He could definitely be considered the best contemporary player.
Steph Curry, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant was best currently playing. Now, it used to be for, people used to say, well, it was LeBron James, but he's gotten a little bit older, and
Yeah.
he kind of got passed by Steph Curry and the Warriors. Because the Warriors have won like something like 4 out of the last 8 championships or something like that.
Wow.
So they're quite a dynasty. They're a dominant team that's occupying the better part of a decade, right? But it's towards the end of that decade, so one expects them to be passed by more younger teams with more explosive athletes, I guess you could say. Younger teams with more explosive athletes. Hooray, 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 hooray.
Hooray, 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 hooray.
Okay, I'm looking for the old NHL pregame. I don't want your stinking pregame. Ese? You think I want to watch a pregame? I don't need no stinking pregame. El pregame is el muy lame. Stop pre-gaming my heart. Here we are, New York, New Jersey. It's hockey. It's time for fantasticness. So if you guys are ready to enjoy what can only be called the best watch party ever, then you should right this second tune in to your own TV to watch the hockey game. We're watching the Rangers versus the Quit Pre-Gaming My Heart Backstreet Boys Sports Edition. Yeah. You're pre-gaming my heart and I don't appreciate it. What do you mean? You know what I mean. You're getting in a lot of affectionate talk before anything's ever even happened between us. Oh, that's what pre-gaming your heart means? Yes. Either that or I'm getting my heart drunk before going to a bar. Okay, we're going to try to watch this and have this thing up. So I'm going to need to do a little sizing.
Hi, Jeremiah Fix.
I'm going to size this down a little bit. Like, yeah. That's a little bit too, yeah. Just like that. I'm still going to need to size this down a little more. Kind of like, yeah. Okay, talk about potential Trump arrest. This is a Rangers Devils watch party. I mean, it it it's justified to arrest him if they've got evidence of stuff that's illegal, which I believe they do, because you can't oppose the peaceful transfer of power when you lose an election. Certainly not without extreme extremely strong evidence that it was fixed. It's insane. It's like even Nixon didn't try to prevent or oppose the transfer of power. It's so not acceptable. The last thing a president should ever be is extra legal. Now let's watch some hockey. Turn on the hockey game, Broccoli Todd. It's hockey time. The Devils currently seem to be in the Rangers half of the ice, and they're trying to shoot a goal naturally. This is game one of the series, so the teams are 0-0 in the series. And I guess it's at New Jersey. They must have had the better record in the regular season.
Yeah.
Oh, Broccoli Todd is rooting for the Devils. This is a Rangers watch party. You're supposed to root for the Rangers. But that's okay. You can root for the Devils if you want. It just goes to show New Jersey knows they're the Devils. So we got a face off here in the Rangers end. Oh, you gotta do it again. You didn't do it properly. Let's got a new guy over here.
I've never seen that before.
All right, now I'll drop it. Where to go?
They're fighting for it. Rangers have it.
Rangers try to clear it, but don't get it past that guy.
Nope.
Number 18 hitting it over and around.
Triangling effect. Oh, shooting off the Rangers a lot.
Well, there was a shot, but it wasn't a serious threat, I don't think.
No.
I think what the Rangers need to do is just find their rhythm and then use their ice skates to skate around those Devils like nobody's business. Oh, you're from Jersey. Wow. I believe your Devils are favored in the series. They've got the home ice advantage. Uh-oh. Dangerous. Nope, it flew up into the stands.
Yeah.
It was in front of the goal. Looked like for a second it was a threat to score, but then it went off into the stands. Igor Shesterkin is the Rangers goalie. Vitek Vanacek is the Devils goalie. They both sound like natural-born Americans. No, they don't really. They sound like Euros. Sound like Eastern Euros.
Yeah.
There we go, Rangers. You got the puck in the New Jersey's half of the ice. Now you gotta go and move it around and hit it into the goal super nice. Oh, get it? Oh, the referee went like this. It's like, you guys, it's so good to see you again. So what part of Jersey are you from, Broccoli Todd? Do you live underneath the foundation of the Meadowlands? Encased in cement? Apparently a lot of important people live there. Are you within a stone's throw of the Meadowlands? Have you ever seen the New Jersey Devil? Isn't it like urban legend creature?
I think so.
I wonder if that's why they call themselves the Devils.
I think so.
Makes sense. Have you ever seen the Devil, Broccoli Todd? The real New Jersey Devil? It's one part vampire, 1 part Frankenstein, 2 parts Sasquatch. The Rangers.
Got the puck at the moment.
Uh-oh,
No.
turned it over in their
Oh
own half of
no.
the ice. Not a good idea. Now it looks like they're going to clear it. Uh-oh, back in front again. Wow. Playing with fire, Rangers.
Yeah, they are.
You should have put on your serious pants before climbing out of those team areas behind the wall. What are those called? The benches?
Oh yeah, the benches.
Climbing out of the benches, you should have put on your serious pants. Broccoli Todd can see NYC from his home. Nice job,
Whoa!
Rangers! Way to go. Way to go, New York Rangers. You scored an important goal. You can raise your hand in triumph, but you're not done yet, and so keep trying your best to beat New Jersey because you want to win. Go Rangers, Rangers again.
You really were a cheerleader in a past life.
Yeah. So, Devils, you may have felt like you got the better part of that first chunk of minutes, but guess who scored the goal? It was the Rangers, not you.
Yeah, Keisha, I'm pretty sure that it's true about the legend of the Jersey Devil, and that's why they're called the New Jersey Devils after that legend.
Yeah. Like I said, it's half vampire, half Frankenstein, and 2 parts Sasquatch. But it smells like a skunk ape. Well, the New Jersey Devil is said only to attack people who don't know about it and its legend. So that's why it's important to get very informed about the New Jersey Devil. That's why I'm trying to raise awareness. Awareness prevents devil attacks. It's the most beautiful creature, says Broccoli Todd. Go get him. Uh-oh. Mr. Number 53 is going around trying to get to the goal, but new good defense by New York. Uh-oh. What was that?
Why is it
Holding?
holding?
It looks like somebody's going into the penalty box. It's number 23 for the New York Rangers. Oh no, a lot. Really? That's holding? How? Where? That little grab behind the thing? That was barely anything. That shouldn't count as
This man
holding.
missed it.
It was so tiny. Who wouldn't miss it? The only people who wouldn't miss it were people with a microscope. Bye, Broccoli Todd.
Bye.
Well, I know that sports is not the most popular topic around here. Topic I like to talk about quite a bit.
Yeah,
I feel fairly knowledgeable about the subject.
you are.
I'd rather not know that I'm an aspiring cryptozoologist. Well, by not knowing, you're an aspiring victim of the New Jersey Devil. He's drawn to ignorance about him. He can smell it.
I can smell it.
It smells like mangoes mixed with pine cones. Oh, you didn't even need to spell that one correctly, Acacia. Ain't no other word that could possibly be but cryptozoologist.
Cryptozoologist, that's what they call it.
Yeah. Or the crypt zoo. The Crip Zoo crew. That's what a gang of cryptozoologists calls themselves. The Crip Zoo crew.
Crypt Zoo crew.
They think they're pretty badass. They have leather jackets and everything. Rangers have the puck. They're driving. Wow. Oh, I thought they scored. Oh, that was a quick score, but no, it didn't go in the goal. New Jersey has the power play. They're going to try to take advantage of their man advantage to score a goal to take away the one goal advantage of the Rangers. Evening things up at 1. Right now, the Rangers are saying, okay, we got more guys, so we're going to just pass it around here and wait till we get the perfect shot. He's going to go dump it over there to that guy, but the Rangers are being disruptive. They're not letting the Devils just, you know, be too languid in their dealings. They're show more alacrity is what the Rangers are forcing. That's basically what they're saying to the Devils. The Devils still have a man advantage for another minute almost, and they still got the puck in the Rangers half of the ice, which prevents, of course, the shift change. Now I think both teams made a shift change, and there's the second unit penalty killing squad out for the Rangers and the second unit penalty power play squad for the Devils. These are the understudies. Oh, everybody's crashing together in a big pile of people. Wait, the Devils got it. No, the Rangers got it. No, the Devils got it. No, the Rangers got it. Oh, the Rangers got it, but can he get to it?
Can you get to it?
He can, but he gets crashed into by those other guys. And now the Devils got it. And the Devil's going this way, and he's going that way, as Devils tend to do. Every which way, but straight and true. It's the way of the Devil. Rangers have the puck. They're in the New Jersey half of the ice. And number 17 is about to shoot it. Bounces, gets the rebound, comes around, plays yickety-yah with the other guys that are against the wall.
They're all smashing for.
Yeah, that's called yickety-yah
Oh.
in official hockey terms.
Shots off the goalie.
Yeah, the Rangers get a couple shots off there, but none of them find the back of the net. Up, Rangers. Oh no, you got tackled by that guy. That's a foul though.
Foul, isn't it?
Falta. Yeah, I think no, it's not.
They didn't call it.
No, I said that's fine. You can tackle that guy like that. The Rangers now have it. They just they couldn't get it past delayed penalty. Oh, yeah. Hi, Misfortune.
Hey, Misfortune.
Hi, Lou. Listen, Lou DeFay, I was explaining. One of my goals in life is to teach other intuitives the value of sports. Sports are exciting. Sports are authentic and new. Like, this is a playoff game. You got two teams both trying their very hardest. And if you get a good game, very exciting, you don't have to be a fan of any given team or whatever. You should be a fan of good games. Right now, this is playoff hockey. And as I learned last night, watching some fantastic games on the televisor, playoff hockey is pretty great. There's a lot fewer breaks in the action, a lot fewer commercials than most major sports.
Yes.
The pace of play is fast and a lot of action going on. And it's like it's got hard hits like football, but it doesn't seem as brutal as
Yes!
football somehow. Rangers score again. Wow. Look at that. The Rangers are up 2-0 already in the first period on uh, on the road against the New Jersey Devils. Now, no, they are the road team, and it does look like the Devils stadium is filled with Devils fans. But the Rangers don't actually live very far away from them, probably. So they didn't have to. They might not have even had to get a hotel.
Yeah,
They might just be able to drive down there for the game and then drive back home.
yeah.
I had a hockey phase back when I was trying on identities as a youngster. Well, this is my first real hockey phase. No, I did. I was into the Sharks one year a long time ago, but but I feel like I understand hockey now, and I didn't before at all, really. Like now, I understand that you have to get it past the red line.
Hmm.
Once you pass the red line, then it's not icing. You can't just hit it from your half of the blue line.
Right.
Now he's past the no. He's back in his own end there. All right, so the Rangers have control. They've taken it back to their own end so that they can gather themselves. Now they're probably making a shift change, except for that one guy who's going to chase the puck that was dumped in. And you have to be, I think, past the second blue line for it to not be offsides. Pow.
Yeah.
The Rangers are putting the pressure on the Devils. The Devils are saying, well, what has happened? I didn't expect this to happen to us. The Rangers said, well, you just ran into the buzzsaw they call the New York Rangers. We're here to play hockey. I've got a stick. You've got a puck. We're going to win.
Yes.
Pow, pow. A lot of hockey players are missing teeth.
Hmm.
Hockey must be the most tooth knockouty of all the sports, I think.
Definitely.
Do they not wear mouth protectors or wear mouth guards? How come they always get their teeth knocked out?
The puck and fighting.
Ah, fighting, right. Well, it's funny that fighting is a penalty. It's just like you can get a 2 minute fighting minor or a 4 minute fighting major. It's just another penalty. It's part of the game,
Yeah, it is part of the game.
which is pretty nuts. Because hockey is not a martial art, right? It's not, you get in mixed martial arts a hockey player. What school of martial arts do you come from? Hockey.
I guess that's what makes Happy Gilmore so funny is that like the delicacy and intric- intricate
Intricacies?
of golf versus hockey is so different.
I guess that explains why he was so into fighting everybody.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I hadn't really thought about that so much. That's a fun team name. It makes me want pancakes. The Maple Leafs? Well, Rachel and I were noting the other day, why aren't they the Maple Leaves? Why do they choose to use the wrong word as the plural for leaf?
Yeah.
Are they trying to spit in the face of English teachers everywhere? The Maple Leafs. It is pretty good. I was a little underwhelmed by it this last time we watched it. Rachel had never seen it before, so we wanted to watch it. If they're going to call it Leafs, then they should call it Maple Leafs.
Maple leaves.
Mm-hmm.
I like that.
The Maple Leafs. If they're going to misspell the last word, they should misspell the first word too.
Yeah.
They should call them the Laple Leafs.
Maple leaves. I like that a lot.
Yeah, the Laple Leafs would be a much better name than the Maple Leafs. You know, I can't think really of any other particular team that's named after autumn foliage.
Me neither.
That's pretty impressive, Maple Leafs.
Yeah, it is. That's pretty impressive, Maple Leafs.
And you may be the only foliage named team in all the major sports.
You represent the earth part of the land of the sport.
There's a Stanford Cardinal in their tree, but that's not foliage. That's a whole tree.
Yeah, it's a whole tree.
So, my case still stands. Okay. It's time now to go have a cigarette. I'm going to get my flip-flops on. I got my cigarette in my hand. I'm going to take a drink with me. I got not really hardly any drink left. I got to get another drink. Let's see what we got. We got non-alcoholic beers and Arizona iced teas. Up there we got another kind of Arizona. Got some Dr. Pepper over there. Sunkissed. More non-alcoholic beer down there. We got a lot of drinks. We're big drink consumers around here.
What are you drinking next?
Well, I've got so much the taste of non-alcoholic beer in my mouth, I'm going to stick with that for the next drink.
Me too.
Which kind do you want?
I just got a Heineken. So,
You want a brown one now?
yeah.
Okay, so I pulled out a brown Klaus Thaler for Rachel and a green Klaus Thaler for me. Okay. I'm going to open them using this. Pia, pia, pia. Pia. I missed. Pia, pia, pia. And I dropped it. So, terrible job, Eric. Made that one. Now, let's go over here. I'm going to take this. I'm going to put it over here. And then I'm going to find my flip-flop soon after I give this here beer to my Rachel.
Thank you.
And then, there are my flip-flops. I found them. Everybody can stop panicking. Let's go out back. I don't feel like going out front right now. Stop demanding that we go out front all the time, okay? Just stop already. Oh no, the world's tilted. Maybe, or just maybe, it's the tripod that's tilted, not the world. That seems highly unlikely. No, it seems much more likely than the world being tilted. So anyway, we're outside. We're examining nature's beauty, checking it for contamination with things like poo, old carriages. It smells good. It smells good out here. It smells like the mountains. I should call Cameron today and talk to him about this upcoming trip he's going to be making. Rachel and I are thinking about asking him to house sit for a day or two and then going to LA to see Delilah. These big stones that they have back here are almost certainly taken from the mountains around here, because I found quite a bit of this kind of stone as we were driving around today. So I think they just went out there and found big pieces of it and put like in the back of a little car like we have maybe or something. Man, we attempted some. It was more gnarly than it looked. This little stream crossing we attempted today, because you had to go down into the stream a bit, and there's all like big rocks around the sides of it and stuff, and so I was afraid I had gotten us stuck into the stream, which would have sucked ass. But we actually would have been able to figure it out because we have a winch on that thing, and I had the instruction book for the winch in the glove compartment. So if I had to winch us out of there, I could. But fortunately, we didn't get stuck. That little car is so effective at going over anything. It's crazy. The only thing it couldn't handle was snow on the steep hill of the driveway. Of course, that was when I had it pulled in front ways. Now I back it in. I probably could have gotten out if I had it backed in the first place. But you know what they say, you live and learn, you learn and live. You love and laugh, you live, learn, love, and laugh. And then when it's all done, you languish. You languish in lubricant till you're oiled up as slick as a baby seal on Sunday. And then you slide down that great slip and slide they call life until finally you plop out in heaven right onto God's lap. And he says, "Welcome to heaven. Would you like a sandwich?" And you say, "Well, sure. I can't pass up a sandwich from God." Then you get the sandwich. Turns out it's just a regular sandwich. And you're pretty disappointed naturally. But the chips are phenomenal to die for. And it turns out God made the chips, but he passed off the sandwich to just some regular dead person who didn't try very hard, obviously. It was just 2 slices of bologna between 2 slices of bread. Pretty shitty sandwich, really. And that's when I launched the After Death Sandwich Regulatory Committee to regulate sandwiches in the afterlife to make sure they're not so shitty. Now, there's a huge amount of red tape anybody has to go through before they can make a sandwich in heaven. Thanks to me. All thanks to me and my efforts. Everywhere I go in heaven, people applaud me. "But Eric, you're not dead yet." Oh, yeah. Okay, well, that's a good point. I am not dead yet, so I guess this isn't heaven. But it is the case that I had a pretty plain sandwich today. Just pastrami, cheese, bread, and mustard. And I thought, Eric, you better apply yourself to the fine art of sandwich making with a little bit more vigor.
Oh yeah. You're such a good sandwich maker.
Well, I'm just saying I made pretty skimpy sandwiches today.
Oh.
And, well, it was just meat, cheese, mustard, and bread, you know.
That's okay.
It's not like a full blast halftime sandwich. A halftime sandwich, you're going to toast, you're going to broil the bread with the cheese on it so the cheese melts. You're going to have lettuce on it, onions on it, and meat and cheese as well. So it's going to be much more of a undertaking because you got to use the oven. Let's see what's going on here. Something intense, huh? I actually had this crazy dream not too long ago that reminded me of that. But I don't quite remember it all. But there were raging fires, and I asked where we were, and it was Massachusetts, and I had my hood up. And it turned out that you were the arsonist. And kind of, it was an intense story. I kind of wish I wrote it down when it was fresh, because most of it has escaped me now. Do you remember a lot of your dreams? Not sure, Rachel. I'm sure the rest of it would have offered clues, but I forgot now. Remember when I had that dream about climbing up that mountain and stuff? After my dad died? After my dad died, I had some crazy vivid dreams. Like maybe the day after he died, I had this dream of seeing him in, I guess, in heaven or something, but he had like the top of his head blown off, kind of. He had a cap down, so you couldn't really see all the damage. And I said to him, like, what are you doing, or something? And he said, "Well, they've got us doing meow meow meow." I don't remember what it was, but I remember thinking, well, who's they? Who is they that got us doing whatever?
Yeah.
And then I had another dream when I saw my dad after he died too, where he no longer had his head blown off. Yeah. That was a pretty crazy dream. That was more one of the most crazy dreams I've ever had, I think. But then there was this long dream where I was trying to get up a mountain and there was all these problems that had to solve and stuff. And when I woke up and right away told it all to Rachel. And when I was done telling her, I was like, oh my God, that's so much like a dream about that is full of symbols. It was so easy to interpret once I said it all out loud. Do you remember that? I don't remember the specs of it anymore, but
No.
interesting, Miss F. I get that about being kicked out of the liminal space too fast for any ephemeral webs to linger in the 3D. That's a nice sentence. Cry, cry, cry. Tears of joy. I don't generally remember my dreams, but a lot of them are sort of haphazard kind of nonsense anyway. You know, I'm going from place to place and random changes are happening that make it disjointed and not make any sense, you know?
Mm-hmm. I
Uh,
really remember my dreams.
Yeah. If we were to quit smoking pot, we'd find we have very vivid dreams for a little while.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, sometimes I still have plenty of vivid dreams. I seem to dream more vividly or memorably during the day. Um, I think I maybe sleep more soundly during the day too, though. When I take naps, it seems to be my best sleeps. At night, I have to get up and pee so often, it's annoying. Of course, it really depends on if I have any poop in my body. If I'm all pooped out, then I don't have to pee nearly as often.
That makes sense.
You've had more recent deaths than that, Lou. Did either of those cause you to dream vividly? It's the first intermission of the Rangers game, by the way. So it's a great time to chat about dreams. You know who had a dream? Martin Luther King Jr.
Really?
Yeah, he dreamed he was falling into a vat of pudding, but then an elephant reached out with its trunk and saved him at the last second.
Wow.
He spent the rest of his life wondering what that dream meant.
I really would. I'm wondering what it means too.
Well, it means the elephant in the room was that Martin Luther King really liked pudding.
Oh, wow, you're so good at analyzing
Yeah,
dreams.
and you know what we did earlier, which I'd be happy to do for Lou and Misfortune if they'd like. We did a
Yeah.
numerology tarot combo pull. And the reason it was particularly enabled is because we were using this circle deck. And the circle deck has a little book that comes with it. And the little book not only has something to read about each of the cards, but it also has a numerology thing about the numbers. So I pulled 7 cards, and then I'll read number 1, what it says about number 1, then turn that card over, and you can see how what the tarot has to say about your number 1 matters, right? Your number 2 matters, and stuff like that. Oops. Don't step on your schlong as you're standing up. That would be wrong. You could bust a nut. It wasn't actually my schlong I was stepping on. It was this cord. I've got my schlong safely wrapped around my leg, as usual, to prevent that kind of accident from occurring. All right. Let's start with misfortune. When my aunt died, and since then I've been largely on it, but I don't know. If you're taking a break, see what happens. Misfortune's going to take a gamble on the numerology thing. All right. All I need to do now is scoot this over here like so. Could you mute this, maybe? I might have actually turned on the sound. I think I might turn it on. Okay, this is your 1 card. Piao. And this is your 2 card. Piao. And this is your 3 card. Piao. Yeah, let's make room for a 4 there. That's a good idea. 1, 2, 3, 4 right there. Piao. And this is your 4th card. 4. Now we got 3 more cards to do because we go all the way up to number 7. This is your card number 5 for misfortune. I'll explain it again, Lou. This is your card number 6. And this is your card number 7. I don't even need to explain. I'll demonstrate right now. So, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take out this little book. This little book that comes with this tarot deck, which, incidentally, is a tarot deck that I purchased in Oregon.
Yeah.
On the way back from Hambone at an antique store.
Yep.
As a present for Rachel.
That's a great present.
It's proved to be a good present because we've used it plenty of times since then. All right, so I'm going to turn to the numerology page. Misfortune. This first card is going to tell you about a beginning, a point, womb of all possibilities, individuality. Okay? So that's the general theme of 1. This is a card that tells how you relate to beginnings, possibilities, individuality. And the answer is Daughter of Discs. Now I will read to you what the Daughter of Discs is. So, the Daughter of Discs is the same as the Page of Discs. And it says, for Daughter of Discs, vision quest to find a new name, bringing power down. So for you, this beginning, possibilities, individuality, is a vision quest to find a new name, bringing power down. I'm not sure what that means, like bringing it down, like bringing lightning down from the sky, or bringing down power, like humbling those in power. I'm not sure which one it means. Okay, number 2. You got the 2 of Cups, which is a perfect card for number 2. Number 2 says duality, align, polarity, choice, receptivity. And you got the Two of Cups, which is union of opposites felt in the self, a promise to come together. So for you, I think two is more literally about your soulmate. Your soulmate happens to be a dark-skinned merman. So you love him anyway, despite his fish bottom. Okay, now let's go to number 3. Number 3 tells us about the synthesis of 1 and 2, a triangle, giving and receiving. So this is a little bit of the old give and take. It's a little bit of the old, not you, not a pair, but a group, however small. And what you get is the devil. It's like as soon as a third party gets there, misfortune, you're like, oh my God, tequila shots, y'all. We got 3 people. That's a party. Okay, now, number 4. Stability is square, defining boundaries and limitations. For that, your relationship with squareness, boundaries, and limitations is you be the fool. So let's see what that says. I didn't read actually the devil. The devil says, when a magical power becomes a temptation for personal gain, the devil has entered the picture. The pitfalls of egomania and bondage to physical cravings, addictions, negative habit patterns, ego tripping, and forgetfulness of spirit. That's your relationship with 3. Your relationship with 4, though, is the fool, 0. Like the feminine archetype, the fool, the 0, embodies all duality within itself, and it is infinite in its possibilities. Appearing marginally as the Joker in modern playing cards, the Fool is actually the main card in the tarot, representing the essence of life itself, the divine light within the human form, and the secret of reincarnation. Wow. So, when it comes to squares, you all I'm going to reincarnate into something squiggly. Number 5. Number 5 says, breaking down form, erosion, changeableness. So your relationship with squares is basically a 5 style relationship with squares. Now for 5, you got hanged man, or hanged one as it's called in this one. The hanged man for squiggliness. Let's see what it says. Not a card of violence or crucifixion, the hanged one represents voluntary submission of the ego to the spiritual power of the heart. Its ancient form as the hanged Artemis symbolizes surrender to the female archetype of receptivity and compassion, the first step towards shamanism and spiritual control. Okay, so when it comes to 5, you're like, I can ride these squiggles, ain't no big thing. I'm a shaman. We shamans know how to ride squiggles. Number 6. Number 6 says, reaching a peak. Events take place quickly. A perfect moment. Your perfect moment is a giant lesbian orgy. That's right. You've got the 10 of discs. That's you right there in the middle with your arms up like that. And you're just like, hell yeah. Look at all these naked ladies. So your relationship with 6 then, that's your pinnacle moment. 10 of Wands. And what it says here about that is energy in extreme, possible burnout, or tremendous creative explosion. Careful if you're going to have a tremendous creative explosion that you're doing that in an appropriate spot. You know, you don't want to do that in the middle of a city. And last, number 7. 7, diversity in ideas, emotions, people, sorting out inner reflection. When it comes to those things, you're like the 5 of discs. You're just making tortillas. Let's read the 5 of discs. A need for calming, repetitious work, such as making tortillas, to prevent energy from turning into worry. It does actually say that in here.
Yeah,
It says,
it does.
such as making tortillas.
Yeah.
So there you go. There's your 7-card pull, and hopefully it changed your life. It informed you in ways that have left you dazed, shocked, amazed, confused, delighted, and reincarnated as a carnation.
That would could be a good anime.
Reincarnation, you could call it.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's so good.
Well, now I'm a carnation. I grow here at the carnation farm. Farmer keeps coming and taking my flowers away. So I'm a carnation plant. Or maybe I'm carnation instant breakfast.
That's a good question.
Yeah. You're going to love it in an instant,
Yeah.
which is a lot faster than you love most things. Most things, it takes you multiple instants to begin to love them.
We're doing a pull for Lou.
Didn't I do one for her? Was that one for her?
No, that was for Misfortune.
Did I do one prior to that?
I don't think so.
Was that the first one I did?
Yeah.
Oh. Here we go, Lou. I guess that was the first one I did. Took longer than I thought. All right. We're going to pull some cards for you, Lou. We're going to pull some cards for you. We're going to put the one for number 1, then the one for number 2. Which is Lou's number 1 card? It's this one. Cow. What's Lou's number 2 card? What does the number 2 and Lou have to do with poo? It's this one. Now number 3. What will Lou see? Will she see you? Will she see me? There's number 3. For number 4, what has Lou in store? Right there. For number 5, what keeps Lou alive? For number 6, what brings Lou some sticks? For number 7, what makes her bread leaven? Okay, now we've got the book, my glasses, and we're ready to go. The number 1, Lou, okay, in case you want to know what the number 1 is, it's a beginning, a point, womb of all possibilities, individuality. The womb of all possibilities for you is temperance. Yes, temperance. Not the most thrilling card in the deck, but that's the one you got. So your beginning, your womb of all possibilities is temperance. When death is no longer feared, body and soul can integrate with one another, creating balance and a centered self in the midst of all moving energies. In this card, water and fire unite in ecstasy, and consciousness dances in celebration of itself. So,
Nice card.
yeah, this is a good card. It just says that for you, the womb of all possibilities is overcoming the fear of death. number 2. Regarding the number 2, here's what numerology has to say about it. It's an important number, okay? It comes right after number 1. Number 2, duality, align, polarity, choice, receptivity. And you got the 2 of discs. The 2 of discs is this: ability to handle complexity, keeping a lot of plates spinning. So when it comes to duality, choice, receptivity, you have the ability to handle complexity, keeping a lot of plates spinning. Is this lady keeping a lot of plates spinning? Looks like she's holding on to 2 chickens or something.
Really?
What is that?
2 babies.
Oh, 2 babies.
Yeah, in like sacks.
Oh, I see. Babies in sacks. Well, that's the container babies normally come in.
Mm-hmm.
Number 3, numerology. It says it's a synthesis of 1 and 2, a triangle, giving and receiving. And you got the 4 of discs. The 4 of discs, regarding number 3, is gaining control of your doorway, who comes in and who stays out. In other words, you don't want, every time you want to chase away the dot at the top of the triangle, for it to just move down to the bottom of the triangle. And you got to chase it and you just go around and around like that. You need to have a barrier to prevent people from triangulating on you and escaping your control. All right, let's see what number 4 is. It's the number that comes between 3 and 5, and it is stability, a square, defining boundaries and limitations. You got Wheel of Fortune. Will the square hem you in? Will you break free with some non-linear leap of intuition? We don't know. It's a crapshoot. You've got to spin a wheel, and you get one of these things on the wheel. If you get this one, that's fine. You don't want to get this one, though. Then that's a whammy. Wheel of Fortune. Okay. For number 5, the number 5, breaking down form, erosion, changeableness. So this is a subversion of 4's square strength. You got the Fool. When it comes to breaking down a square, you just want to do naked handstands. Yes, you do. With the mushrooms, you just want to do naked handstands. Okay, so when it comes to 5, changeability / breaking down a form, you are a fool, which means, like the feminine archetype, the Fool, the 0, embodies all duality within itself and is infinite in its possibilities, appearing marginally as the Joker in modern playing cards. The Fool is actually the main card in the tarot, representing the essence of life itself, the divine light within the human form and the secret of reincarnation. So that's pretty good for number 5. You got a pretty good handle on it. You get to incorporate everything. Be the person like C.S. Joseph who's got all the cognitive functions down. Number 6, reaching a peak. Events take place quickly. A perfect moment. What is your perfect moment? Your perfect moment is a 7 of discs moment. And as you see, you're sitting naked among some melons. Let's see what the 7 of discs has to say. Nice thing is, oh no, that's not true. I thought it was going to be the same number as the number I read, but no, it's 6. 7 of discs. 8 months pregnant, almost through a waiting period, you might feel a little bit impatient. And this is when it comes to 6 stuff, which again is reaching a peak, events take place quickly, a perfect moment. For you, it feels like your water still has to break on that. Now, number 7. 7 is diversity in ideas, emotions, people sorting out inner reflection. And you got the Son of Discs. Now that translates to the Knight of Discs, for those of you who aren't familiar with the Mother Piece Tarot. And the Son of Discs is focus, determination, hypnotism, lightness, and penetration. Penetration, huh? Well, so that's your relationship with the number 7. You see that realm of thing as someplace where you take effective, though not super nuanced action. And those are your 7 numerology tarot cards. I hope you learned a lot about who you are. The Lady of the Moon refining to be more divine isn't even possible. Don't spin babies when you're spinning the wheel of fortune.
Good advice.
Yeah. Remember, you should never shake a baby. Always stirred, never shaken for babies. That's the rule. Jeremiah Fix, you get this card. It fell out for you. Justice. Congratulations. You get justice. I will read to you what it means. I mean, like they're fine, like everybody's like not been like on fire. Where are my glasses? Here they are. Jeremiah Fix gets justice. Let's see what it says. Mother Nature is unrelentingly just and fair, as we observe in the laws of karma, of cause and effect. Each action inspires a reaction. Everything we put out ultimately comes back to us. The Justice card, like the Greek goddess Themis, represents the natural balance and equilibrium within all movements of the universe. That's right. Justice be good.
Justice be good.
When somebody's been like, evil and you just like, fuck off. And they're like, oh no, you told me. That's good. You're feeling like swinging around the word hammer. Now, are you feeling like swinging around the word hammer? Or are you feeling like swinging around the word hammer? Or are you talking to MC Hammer and you just feel like swinging around the word?
Yeah, right.
I'm just swinging around the word, comma, hammer. To which Hammer replies, can't touch this. And you say, again, not relevant to the conversation.
I like how you keep things on point.
The Devils are trying to mount a comeback here, and they just had a good opportunity right in front of the goal. And either the Rangers goalie stopped it or he blocked it over the goal or something. The guy shot it over the goal out of play into the stands. Nice short. Oh, nice shirt. Thanks. Rachel bought it for me. at the warm shirt 2-pocket store.
Yeah.
It's got 2 functioning chest pockets. Not 1, but 2. It's flannel, so it's warm. I've gotten multiple compliments on it. So good job, Rachel.
Looks good on you.
Thanks.
You are welcome.
I mean, a lot of people say I'm kind of a runway model. You know, if you want your clothes to look good, put them on me. 2 chest pockets and a fanny pack. Those are the original words to Beck's song, Where It's At. Where it's at. 2 chest pockets and a fanny pack. I know I don't need cargo pants. I don't have a fanny pack either. I had a short-lived fanny pack phase, but I decided, no, Eric, this is just an extra piece of me I have to deal with. I'd rather just put things in my purse, in my doll purse, with my dollies. Poor Tiffany. She only has 1 arm.
Yeah.
Well, she doesn't seem to care that much, but
That's nice.
you're not outrageous with your worry, but it does exist in the depths. What would it be to be outrageous in your worry? Like, oh my God, we might not have Taco Bell tonight. Is that outrageous in your worry? Safia Gashina. Hi, you guys. Hi to you as well.
Hi to you as well.
Safia Gashina. We are currently having a hockey game watch party. Rachel and I are watching the hockey game.
Yes.
I'm guessing probably not a lot of the people who are in the chat here are also watching the hockey game. Even though that's what you're supposed to do. I sent out a memo explaining it was mandatory. But since you all refuse to let me put closed circuit cameras in your houses, I have no way of checking. Mr. Bobby, sup to you as well. What do you do when too horny? I hump my wife Rachel with my penis until all the horniness comes out in the form of man seed. It's not me, my friend is texting. He's horny today. Well, if you're feeling horny, then I'd recommend you hump Safia Gashina until all your man seed spews out. At which point say, hey, don't let all that man seed go to waste. Dude doesn't know that chlorine plus acid equals mustard gas. So some dude wanted us to fill up his jug with chlorine, but he used that jug for acid. Huh.
Hello.
Well, good thing you knew. That would have been, that's a spicy condiment, mustard gas. I remember one time I accidentally put mustard gas on my sandwich instead of mustard. I was dying
Yeah.
from chemical warfare.
That's wow. chemical warfare.
Yeah, instead of enjoying a good sandwich, I was dying from chemical warfare. That taught me a lesson I'll never forget. Mustard gas, it sounds so fun. You get hot dog gas, mustard gas, and ketchup gas, and you got yourself a gaseous treat at a baseball game.
Mm.
Instead, you don't want any piece of that. Relish gas is fine. Everybody enjoys huffing relish gas occasionally. What you do to gather relish gas is you scoop up all of the air on top of the relish in the bottle into a airtight container. And then when you gathered enough of it, then you smell it. Oh, it smells so much like pickle relish. Well, you got to check to make sure that combining those two things will produce poisonous, deadly gas.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, how else you got to make sure but to combine them? No, probably a bad idea, yeah. But you survived. You're still here, thanks to your gas mask. Or perhaps you were just deep enough in the trench. Mr. Bobby takes the World War I reenactment a little too seriously. Let's go, Rangers. There we go. Nice shot.
Oh.
But he got caught by the Devils goalkeeper.
Scars don't answer.
Muriatic acid. Muria. I got so much muria. What should I do with it? Maybe make some muriatic acid? Yeah, I could have. Dude, you're gonna make mustard gas. Are you sure? Yeah, pretty sure. Let's try it and see. Right, well. It's better than the empty vacuum of space. If you had made the empty vacuum of space, you wouldn't have lasted long. I know, thank God you lived.
Mm-hmm.
What if you had accidentally made a black hole? Then you would have not only taken your cells out, but you would have taken everything else out too. To make a black hole, you simply have to mix supernova juice with concentrated graviton fluid. Stir gently for 6 hours. Voila! You get a black hole. It's small at first, but don't worry, it grows quickly.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Sure, Sofia Gashina. Sofia Gashina wants a tarot reading too. Kitty, you know what that means? You're going to have to move. This is my platform. I need to put things down here. So Kitty gonna have to move. Come on, up to Daisy. There you go. All right. Sofia Gashina. You want a forecast for the week? Okay. Well, we're gonna call tomorrow, day 1 of the week. All right? Day 1. I'm going to do it day by day. So today is Tuesday, so tomorrow's Wednesday. Your Wednesday card, Safia Gashina, just popped right out. And what is it? I need to put on my glasses to find out. Where did I put them? Where did they go? They're on my head. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So Wednesday for you is a 4 of Wands day. Basically, you're trying to decorate the Christmas tree with homemade popcorn strings. You need to get the cooperation of these other 3 people to do it. This is Wednesday. You get the 4 of Wands. Thursday, you get Judgment. Thursday, you get Judgment. We'll read what those are in a second. Let me finish the week. Friday for you. Friday. I'm just picturing Safia Gashina on Friday, and I'm getting this one. Hero fan. Oh, you're going to be a big conformist, authority lover, huh, on Friday? Probably because that's when you get paid. So you're like, okay, fine, I'll do a good job today. Saturday. Saturday, 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 Saturday. Saturday night's all right for fighting. But for you, Saturday is about doing yoga and making wheat sticks. Naked yoga with some wheats behind you. The 9 of Wands.
9 of Wands.
That's your Saturday card. I'll have to read about that one in a second. Your Sunday card is this one. The Chariot. So, you see that giant blue lady who's curved over you on your chariot there? Be careful because she's not very structurally sound. She might fall over. Yes, it did have bush as well. You're right. So that's Sunday for you. Then this upcoming Monday will be this card, 9 of Discs. And then Tuesday, a week from today, you will get this card. The 6 of Swords. 6 of Swords. So let me do your weekly read here. Your week starts tomorrow with the 4 of Wands. And the 4 of Wands, according to this book here, is play, celebration, and rejoicing, rites of passage, spring, adolescent vitality. So tomorrow you're going to have a lot of adolescent vitality. That could mean you feel stirrings in certain parts of your body. It could mean you start to feel arousal, stimulation, things like that. Okay? Now, that's tomorrow. On Thursday, you get Judgment. So, on Wednesday, you fuck. On Thursday, you get judged. A sure sign of the arrival of the new age is the movement of personal consciousness from ego to heart. As the heart opens, compassion is felt not only for others but for the self, allowing old judgments to fall away while anger and hatred are released into the past. Okay, so you just got to open your heart, allow old judgments to fall away, let go of your past. Very ENFJ card.
Yeah.
Now, that was Thursday. Friday, Hierophant. Where's the Hierophant? A somewhat depressing card, the Hierophant represents the priest, the Pope, and a bowing to the authorities of organized religion and cultural law. He demonstrates how custom and tradition can control an individual's life energy. The Hierophant is the lawgiver, the internalized judge or parent, and the prevailing cultural morality, the Torah, the Bible, or the Quran. So, yeah, like I said, Friday, you're gonna you're gonna be authorities, bitch.
Whoa.
Yeah. Now, Saturday though, Saturday is a different story. Saturday you've got the Nine of Wands. Let's see what the book says about that. Energy and reserve stored up for when you decide to use it. Okay, so during the week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you were kind of laying low, storing up your energy, getting ready for Saturday's big party, and it's arrived. You're going to use the energy after this yoga. You've been yogaing, right? But after that, you're going to get up and you're going to party.
Cool.
Sunday, Chariot. Where's the Chariot? Where's the Chariot? Oh, there it is. The Chariot represents a vehicle under control, the Amazon consciousness that allows a person to take charge of her own life and make her own decisions, agreements, and responses. The Chariot signifies a winner, the charioteer, a victorious warrior, self-disciplined and firmly grounded on the physical plane. So Sunday sounds like a pretty mature adult-like day for you, driving your car responsibly. Now, this upcoming Monday, Nine of Discs. Well, that one, solitary creative work, accomplished healer. So you're going to have to work by yourself and heal yourself from the hangover from the weekend and also do something that's productive on Monday. Then on Tuesday, you get the Six of Swords. Clarity, overview, high mind, science, evolutionary perspective. So on Tuesday, the work you did on Monday, you'll be like, hey, this is coming out well. I'm pretty happy with it. Sounds like a busy week, huh? Now you know, Safia Kashina, now you know what your week holds in store.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
You owe it all to the magic of the tarot.
All to the magic of the tarot.
Hey, listen, just take what resonates with you and leave the rest. No, you take it all, every last inch of it, whether it resonates or not. Oh, show media you want to read, huh? About true love? Oh, it's a little narrow a topic. Let's see. All right, fine. I'm going to give you the 5 steps to true love. Number 1, what it is, the definition of it for you, okay, is this one. I don't even know what that was, but. Number 2, so if we start with the definition, this is framework, right? Number 2 is the criterion that you should utilize when trying to find love. Thank you, Safia. What a wonderful person you are. The third one is where your deal breakers should be. Your fourth one is about where or when you will find this person. And the fifth one tells you something else unique about that person. Okay, so your first one is your definition of love. For you, love is 8 swords. Oops. For you, love is 8 swords. And I will tell you now what that means. You're to find love as thinking you are boxed in, approaching something too directly. Be like the crown of folklore. They are able to laugh at human affairs. So I think you're taking this concern a little too seriously. So maybe,
Oh.
or maybe approaching it a little too directly. Now, criterion. What criterion should you use when finding your true love? The answer is Ace of Cups. Let me read to you what it means so that you will know the truth about your soul. Ace, falling in love, self-love, allowing yourself pleasure. So you basically need to prioritize somebody who makes you feel pleasure.
Oh.
And also somebody that you've fallen in love with, not just decided to become in love with. Self-love, therefore, will be embracing those things. Now here's your deal breaker. The Chariot. Okay? So if there's a problem in this area, you should not get with that person. The Chariot represents a vehicle under control, aims out unconscious, that allows the person to take charge of her own life and make her own decisions, agreements, and responses. The Chariot signifies the winner. The Charioteer, a victorious warrior, self-disciplined and firmly grounded on a physical plane. So in other words, you want to exclude competition from your true love relationship. What that means is you want to have somebody who doesn't try to have win-loss with you, which is generally good relationship advice. Even though I'm pretty win-loss with a lot of people about a lot of things, I'm not ever with Rachel. Very rarely anyway, if ever.
If ever.
Now this one is something. Oh, the where and the when. The where and the when. This is information about where and when you will meet this person. And it is the 9 of Cups. Let's see what that says. Wishes made and received, happiness, positive, expansive feelings. If you look at this, it looks like you're going to meet your significant other at a pool party.
Yeah, it does look like that.
So I think you should probably go to more pool parties.
Yeah, more pool parties.
Now
Coming up.
the last one, 5, this is something special about this person to help you identify her. Oh, she's an empress. But I think you should keep your eye out for a lady wearing leopard print clothes.
Oh, that's a good sign.
But it's also a good sign that the person you're going to get with isn't just going to be some regular old chick. It's going to be an empress. It's the queen of all the queens. And look at her. She's lying there topless with a mirror, brushing her teeth or something. It's the kind of woman you want to settle down with. So there you go. There you go, show media. That's everything you need to know.
That's everything you need to know. That's a lot of good information.
Yeah, it might not be a pool party. It could be a hot tub party or a jacuzzi party. You don't have to swim to go in a jacuzzi or a hot tub.
No, no.
It's not like you're made out of sugar, show media. You're not going to melt just from touching water. Or maybe it's people gathering around to provide, Humanitarian assistance after a very small flood. Could be that too. It's a barbecue party? Well, then, you'll have to try some of the brisket.
Yeah.
I hear it's delicious. Okay. Cards are put away. Everybody's destiny they've been informed about it now. Now they won't be caught by surprise. They've used the wisdoms of the tarot, and finally, for the first time in their lives, they can know who they are. You're welcome, Joe Media. Okay, so I'm going to go. Yeah, all you need is love. You know what else love is? It's the word.
It's the word.
In the beginning, when meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. It's the You're welcome. Peace be with you, and also with you, and also with you. Hi, I said pass my water. Stop waiting more right now. Once I said you are no longer allowed to wage war. Levi Samuels, oh my gosh, it is so delightful to see you. How's it going? How are things in the Samuels household? How's little Samuel Samuels? And your wife, Samantha Samuels? And your daughter, Sam Samuels? Which I thought was an interesting choice for a name for her. And your father, Sacagawea Samuels? A very strange name for your father, Sacagawea, because it's generally considered a girl name. But I guess just a different etymology, you know. Has absolutely nothing to do with the Sacagawea that was the Indian guide. It's actually Romanian. A lot of people don't realize this, but Sacagawea is quite a common name in Romania. It's one of the most popular names for a boy, right after Victor and Gluzgraf. You suck ass, you match, you barely lied at all. That one was better. Oh, that's right, Susie. I'm here in Mariposa County, checking out the weather, making sure that it is as we predicted. We predicted sunshine today. I see sunshine in the sky and clear skies by and large. There are a couple of clouds. I'm going to give us an A minus for the weather report today. This has been Weather Auditor Eric, who checks to make sure our meteorologists were right. It rained last night. I don't remember them saying anything about that on the meteorologist channel. Seemed like they were just saying it was going to be no precipitation for a while. And then we wake up this morning, it had clearly rained last night. I was alarmed, disturbed, and not a little bit peeved off. Naturally, I called MSN right away. Microsoft? Hello, this is Eric. Your operating system has a little weather thing at the bottom? Yeah. I checked that yesterday and it didn't say anything at all about rain. And then last night, it rained. What's up with that? Eventually, I worked my way up to was talking to Bill Gates himself. He apologized profusely, promised to look into it. I said, "That's not good enough, Mr. Gates. You will cut me a check for $1 million right now." And he did. I said, "You know what? Don't even bother with the check. Just uh, Zell it to me." He said he doesn't have Zell. I said, "Well, get with the program, Gates. Get with the program." So he got Zell, and he Zelled me $1 million for my emotional distress. Where did you get all this emotional trauma? Well, I got it from Bill Gates, you see. The weather thing at the bottom of Windows was wrong and it made me have to pee. Now I get $1 million from Bill Gates. If he's going to have this whole charity, Bill and Melinda Gates charity foundation thing, he just give all that money directly to me. That'd be just fine. There's no reason to fuck around with all this bureaucracy, organizational structure, you know, nonprofit organizations. Just give all the money to me. I'll make sure it gets put to a good use. I'll buy something fancy. I'll get a billboard that just says, SIP. Apostrophe SIP. I'll get like the biggest billboard. I just say SIP. Do you like cats? That's another possible billboard. Another possible billboard. One time, I found a piece of petrified wood. These are great ideas. I should get all of the Bill and Melinda Gates charity money so I can put these into action. I want a billboard that says, "I'm seducing you right now." See how many people try to have sex with the billboard? Um, I'd like a billboard that says, "Oh, really? Are you sure?" That would make people really doubt themselves while they're driving home from work. I'd like to have a billboard that says, "I don't know what you did last summer. Would you like to fill me in?" I'd like to have a billboard that says, "If you can't say anything nice, you have a strange disability." Yeah, I got a weird disability. I can't say anything nice, you fucking asshole. Oh, whoa. Can you even say anything neutral? That's a stupid idea, you idiot. Oh, so you just say mean things, huh? Obviously, what are you, retarded? Okay, thanks for talking with me. I enjoyed our conversation. You better have. Scumbag like you's got no business talking to a great guy like me. Okay, Mr. Guy. You do have a very strange disability. One time I saw a bumper sticker that said, "If you like conceptual art, think about honking." That was a very clever bumper sticker. Oh man, Rachel Apollosa, you should make a treehouse. Oh, we don't need a treehouse. We have a house amongst the trees. And, how do I know about your lumberjack fetish? Well, I read your blog. Pile up the lumberjacks and give me a fork. That's what it's titled, your blog. Stack up the jacks and give me a fork. You didn't even need to put any maple syrup on them. Do you think that lumberjacks in the olden days, when they chopped down trees, they would help themselves to some of the delicious maple syrup? Thanks, Show Media. Oh, right, I ain't a PhD. You want your actual house to be in a tree? Well, I think you get tired of climbing up and down the tree, probably. You know, we have an upper story in this house, and I know every time I walk up the stairs, I go, ah, those stairs are so tall. Well, it's like, oh, I should get one of those old lady things that make you ride your chair up the stairs. What would be cool is if I had a back route into the upstairs, so I could go up to the attic and come through the hatch at the top of the other side. But there's no connection between those two places. I just need a counterweight. I need a hook. I need to constantly wear like a belt that like pole climbers wear, and a hook hooks into it, and then release the counterweight, and it pulls me up to the top floor. That's the kind of incredibly stupid idea I'd begin implementing if I was incredibly thwacked out. If you type police sandwiched and alive, it won't make such a big hullabaloo. INFPHD. Alright, I guess I'll do a half-ass type police of it. We'll see. I can't I mean, I could do that, yeah, I guess. Okay. Alright then, fine. INFPHD. INFPHD. Videos. INFP body language. My full experience as an INFP in the military. Let's see what he has to say.
Catered that way, and a lot of people on YouTube, I think I'm up to about 9 or 10 types that people think I am. I think when you get to 16, you get like a free toaster or something like that the MBTI.com or whatever gives you as a prize. But I think a lot of that, again, what I've been through, I know myself. It's whatever. People are gonna make their opinions, especially on a nicely edited YouTube video that does need somewhat of a format to convey, or else it's just a mess, whatever. But again, a lot of that 9 years military SJ kind of world, it doesn't turn you not in.
Okay, well, let me say this right off the bat. Nobody's disputing that you know yourself, INFPHD, but the reason you would likely be wrong about your type is because you don't know cognitive functions. Cognitive functions are comprise an intentional configuration that defines how you habitually approach data in perceiving and judging ways, right? And so the question is, are you an FI Dom? Right off the bat, my inclination is definitely not. And then the second question is, do you display extroverted intuition in the tool function in the second slot? And that's going to display as fairly easy to spot because that corresponds to SE polar. And it means you're going to have a lot of extended explanations and a lot of tangents, parenthetical divergence, etc. as part of your process of talking things out. If you want to watch a real INFP, watch Dulles. Dulles has some videos up, and you can see the affect that's typical of an INFP in him. So again, the point is, it's not that you don't know yourself, it's that cognitive functions, there are very few people who know them correctly and know how to explain them correctly and understand them correctly. And so it's not your own fault for not gaining that data, because it's only really found here. So let's see some more of you. You begin by defending the fact that you're an INFP against people saying you're various types. That's a very effy thing to do.
I had no other plan where I should go. So there was a lot of like, just a big wake up call. And it's just like when I got into the basic training, there was a lot of just, I was an angry teenager. Because again, I was getting bullied all the time, so I was essentially taking it out on my mom and things like that, and like people around me that I was comfortable with, because I wasn't retaliating at school, I wasn't getting in fights, I just ducked my head down and tried to stay as small as I could the whole time. But I was, in that sense, I was a very disturbed, angry kid, in a sense. I wasn't violent or anything like that, but.
Well, I'm hearing a lot of SI here, as he definitely finds it significant to relate his contextual particulars, right? It may seem like the natural thing to do in a context like this, but actually people who are NI high up in the stack are not going to do that. Regardless, SI third is not inconsistent with somebody prioritizing this kind of SI here. So that's plausible for INFP, the SI being there. But I suspect he's an ISFJ just on my gut instincts here.
I was just always yelling and slamming my door and just very upset. And so, like, there wasn't a whole lot of, I love yous at home. There wasn't a whole lot of appreciation shown towards my mom, because nothing really to spend your money on, because you're getting free dorms, you're living in the dorms for free. You're kind of like you're kind of like a college kid, but with money. That's the best way for me to describe it. Is that way, because a lot of college kids talk about like, oh yeah, I can only afford the cheap beer. We were buying all kinds of stuff. If you're smart about your paychecks, you would save them, but for a lot of people that are whatever new to the adult world, this and that, that's what we spent our money on, was drinking, partying, whatever. That's what I did. And again, it also helped me to kind of dull the craziness of being in that SJ type platform of the military in general. Because again, that's the whole thing. It's like, how in the world do you make it? I'm not saying you have to turn into a raging. For me, it's like I see a straight. I'm gonna save them all and just bring them.
Well, I mean, the thing is, the military is an STJ kind of environment. It's not an SJ environment. Yeah, it does prioritize sensing and judging, but that's not meaningfully like informative. It's primarily a TE structured organization. That is to say, there's a lot of protocols, rules, orders of operations that you've got to follow because that's the rule, not because they're trying to take away discretionary decision making by privates, But an ISFJ would certainly be able to make it through a military experience. So would an ISTJ. I'm leaning towards one of those two for this guy.
Cameras with phones and things like that. So I didn't have a lot of big, but I got a picture of like a flight suit or whatever, and I don't know. I got some documentation that was in there, but I so wish I had a phone back then with pictures.
This is really SI heavy. Again, not completely inconsistent with an INFP, but much more consistent with an SI DOM. ISTJ, ISFJ, one of those two seems very likely to me. All of this is SI. Where I was on 9/11, unique experiences I had, deployment to Afghanistan, first base I was stationed at, technical school. The thing is, it is titled My Full Experience as an INFP in the Military, but for an intuitive, that conversation is mostly going to be about the universals, about how I didn't respond well to the structure, for example, because it ran afoul of my value of Mia. And it's not going to be so filled with these kind of particulars. So I think it's very unlikely because there's almost no analysis in here. Why I decided to get out, I guess, might be some analysis. My opinion on the military was good for INFP begins 30 minutes in after 30 minutes of SI recollections. So very unlikely to be an INFP.
My life was that, and I get it. I was there. I had zero idea. Like I said in the very beginning of the video, I had no idea what I wanted to do either. Um, but I don't regret for a second my experiences and the time I spent in the military because it gave me certain tools. Again, another reason getting out, I got out as an E5, which is a staff sergeant. I tested 2 times for E6, which was a technical sergeant.
All these particulars, details, crazy. It's so SI, and there's so little meaning making about it. And the confidence that he has that he's INFP is also consistent with an SI DOM. SI is the subjective way of knowing. If you're a subjective knower first, then you don't believe you need to look externally to find out information about yourself. It's the opposite of an NI DOM. An NI DOM like Rachel, she's trying to constantly look to externalities that aren't particularly relevant to her particular experience to explain to her who she is. And that's its own kind of handicap. But the other kind of handicap, SI Dom, thinks that they don't need to be informed at all about who they are by external factors. They're subjective knowers. Fundamentally, they know themselves because that's their dominant function. That's what they think. But of course, it doesn't matter how much you know yourself. If you want to correctly type yourself or be correctly typed, you have to understand what kind of questions and answers link to what functions and be typed properly. And there's not very many people who can do that. So it's not your fault for being wrong, but you are wrong about yourself. And you are hereby under arrest by the type police, and you are going to the slammer. We will try to provide you 3 square meals a day, but if we only remember to give you 2, I don't want to hear any bitching about it. Thanks for watching Talking with Many People. This has been another exciting episode of The Type Police. Try as I might, you just can't hide, 'cause you're mistyped, and I've been waiting to pull you over all night. Type police, please pull that guy over. He says he's INFP, but seems SI to me. Something like that. Yeah, that guy's not an INFP. I mean, there's no way for me to say for sure without typing him, but for the purposes of type police, 0 chance. Like, that's as clear cut a case of somebody not being an INFP as you could possibly find. Definitely not an INFP. It's pretty annoying HP. Who's HP? Well, the thing is, it's not impossible that an INFP would end up in the military. Remember, once you sign up, you're stuck there for a certain period of time. There's no way to get out of it. So it's not inconceivable that an INFP would end up in the military. But what is inconceivable is that somebody would make that video and also be an INFP. I gotta go pee. I accidentally pulled this off of my shirt again. I'll be right back. You guys just hang tight for a minute. I mean, that was real enough. I explained why he wasn't an INFP. Well, I explained that too. So, at least in that regard, if I mentioned that as well. SI DOMs tend to dismiss universals as informative about themselves, particularly. So he says he's an INFP, but you'll note in all of that stuff he's talking about, he's not linking back to being an INFP at all. He's just telling his story. He's not talking about how he's not talking about the being an INFP part at all. He's just talking about his SI remembrances. That's a very non-intuitive engagement with his purported topic. Well, yeah, I used to get annoyed by shit like that too, but nowadays I recognize that it's unavoidable that an SI Dom who encounters typology is gonna get things wildly wrong, because they're gonna start by reading a type description, picking the one that they want to apply to them. Their subjective knowledge is going to pick out examples of things that are consistent with what they want, especially like it was an ISTJ, then you got FI third too. So you get ultra subjective. So, and they're going to be resistant to the idea that there are any costs to this deal, right? Like, they don't understand that type descriptions are fundamentally misleading, that you can only have configuration descriptions. And configurally, he's displaying 100% as an SI DOM, not as SI third any second. There's too little linkage to meaning and ideation. No, SI is not dumb. It's just subjective. SI is a learning function. So, I mean, don't underestimate the ability of people with that knowledge function to overcome limitations. They can learn things, and most things can, to some extent, be learned. It's just, as an epistemology function, as a way of knowing things, it's not reliable. I mean, neither of the knowledge functions are reliable in and of themselves, because knowledge is inherently less reliable than deliberated conclusions. When you deliberate, you spend a lot more time considering something. Knowledge is known instantly. Whether you intuit it or you had previous experience, either way, you're shortcutting the epistemological package because you're prioritizing interface as your externalizing function. So you have to have knowledge, Regardless, people need to know well, Mr. Bobby, if you seriously believe and are confident that Tom Cruise and Kanye West are the same type in typology, then you proactive willingness to be confident about things. Kanye West is almost certainly an ENFJ, and Tom Cruise is probably an ISTP. But it's hard to say for sure. I mean, I think you're saying that because they're both kind of crazy, but that has nothing to do with type. Regardless. So, yeah. The thing is, if you're an SI Dom, it matters very, very much what information you already have slash encountered first. So if an SI Dom encounters this channel first, they're gonna learn typology properly if they're interested in it at all. You know, not a lot of SI Doms are going to be interested in typology, but some of them will. I haven't seen the Oprah episode, but well, yeah, but they shouldn't be, right? That's why we shouldn't find that endearing. Being confident and outspoken is something that should be reserved for people like me who are correct. You know, being a celebrity does not mean people should listen to you at all, especially when you're very sure they should and you're also very wrong. You know, the people who ought to be confident and outspoken are people who are the most careful in their deliberations and most reliably upholding of the process of correctness. Tom Cruise is kind of a mess. You know, he's got all that Scientology shit, trying to define his life with all that shit. So obviously, that's not going to be a very successful strategy towards a good, happy, healthy life. Yeah. I'd say he definitely has TE as an absolute value. I don't know if it's front stack or back, though. Like his kind of well publicized rant speech thing that he gave during COVID, it was such it was so TE of an argument. Of course, you know, it's hard to say what people had a lot of trouble with COVID because my voice wasn't loud enough to give people the correct arguments. You know, people didn't have the correct arguments available to them. They hadn't heard them anywhere because almost, you know, like basically nobody was saying them except for me. So, well, the point of it, Bobby, is that his message was that people's livelihoods were on the line. That's true, but it's missing the point, right? That's not the problem here. The problem isn't the specific harms of this terrible idea. It's the justifications that we can point to prove that it's a terrible idea. You know, we don't need harms, though there are plenty of them to articulate. We don't need harms to establish the terrible idea. We just need to establish that it fails to follow the processes required to be enacted as policy. Then we negate automatically. They're both undeniably great at their individual professions. Well, Kanye's fallen off some. He used to be pretty great, but now he's pretty run of the mill. Tom Cruise still can play certain roles successfully. High strung guy on the edge, intense kind of dick guy. That's very much in his wheelhouse. People still buy him as that, you know. He's perfectly capable as an actor, you know. I'm not saying he doesn't have any acting chops. He seems to act well. I mean, he's good at it, I guess. But he doesn't stand out to me as like a particularly genius actor in the way that, say, Sandra Bullock did in that one movie I saw with her when she conveyed so much depth of depth and range of information with this evolving facial expression in this one scene. I was like, wow, that girl's a good actor. If then clauses exclusionary nature should be noted with any conclusion derived from that instance. Well, it's conveyed with the if. If mia, then mia. Right? So like if a nuclear bomb falls on my house, then I will die. When I say if a nuclear bomb falls on my house and I am home and it goes off, I will die. The thing is, right, if you only say I don't agree with war, that doesn't tell us your reasoning at all. In fact, that is not even a claim. You're just saying, you're saying, you're describing more or less your feelings about war, because it's not like war itself is something that somebody could agree or disagree with. You'd have to convert that into some kind of affirmation statement like, war is always wrong. I'm going to vote for him. He's got a Trump-like detachment from reality, but, you know. The thing is, what we could do instead of worrying about things like that, Mr. Bobby, is focus on the fact that you have right in front of you somebody who's actually correct and an excellent candidate. So instead of worrying about conspiracy nonsense and whatever, maybe direct that attention to what can I do to get Eric elected president? It'd be much more productive use of your time. And much more beneficial to me. To the extent that I actually want it to happen. I mean, it's like, yeah, I want it to happen, but I'm not really looking forward to the job. Make America correct again. How about that? Wouldn't that be better than making it great again? I mean, America is so great. We're just like the greatest. Can we just be correct? How about that? How about we just be defensible in our policy making and explanations? And before we strive for greatness, how about we just attain adequacy by being defensible in our policy advocacies? I know it's a bit of a crazy, wacky notion, but call me a Looney Tune. I believe that America is best in the hands of smart people. You know, when's the last time we had a president that made the American people go, damn, that guy's so smart? Like Thomas Jefferson? Seriously, right? How about we have a super smart guy be president? What was the movie in which Sandra Bullock's performance impressed me? It was this movie called, it may have been called The Engagement. Sandra Bullock uh, has an assistant who's the guy who plays Deadpool. She plays like an ENTJ. He plays basically an ISFJ, maybe an INFJ. Well, The Proposal is what it was called. What is your explanation for why capitalism is better at soothing class disparity than communism? Well, because capitalism is simply the absence of use of force, preventing individuals from engaging in mutually beneficial commerce or business or exchanges, you know? It's a mistake to think that capitalism is some kind of structure or system. It's not. Capitalism is simply liberty plus money. If you have money instead of just bartering, and you have liberty, capitalism naturally ensues. Is it better at alleviating class disparity? Well, not necessarily. So if you look at Cuba, there's very little class disparity. Everybody's dirt poor, and nobody has anything. Everybody's equal, but none of them are as well off as even the poor people in the United States. Yeah, Jeremiah asked that question. So the problem here is basically this: it's a bad idea to prioritize income equality over general prosperity, as everybody suffers under the former regulatory regime, and everybody has at least the opportunity to prosper under the latter absence of regulatory scheme. Of course, everybody's a lot poorer now after COVID because the inflationary pressures of shutting down all productive activity for 2 years were obviously enormous and ripped the wealth, a foundation of wealth out from everybody in the world. You know, what history has proven time and again is that individuals left to their own devices do just fine. But that there's a need for governance because the individuals who left by themselves don't do just fine turn to plunder. So governance is necessary to prevent plunder. Plunder is the unrighteous seizure of somebody else's property as an effort to gain wealth while avoiding doing anything productive in order to accrue it. So, governance is essentially, in its ideal form, the civilized people contributing a little bit each to protect themselves from plunder and general rapaciousness. Well, what's wrong with Ukraine supporting an American politician? If Ukraine gave Biden money, Ukraine was very stupid, right? Because Biden has done absolutely nothing to save Ukraine from Russian aggression. Think a little bit, you know? You don't like Biden, so you just grasp at any straw that you think makes him look bad. The fact that he's supported by Ukraine, Ukraine's our ally. No, it's not a conflict of interest. I mean, in general, foreign nationals are not supposed to make contributions to American political campaigns. But the fact that he has money ties to Ukraine doesn't invalidate him for the presidency. I mean, maybe he just has investments in Ukraine. Or maybe he's a big believer in the Ukrainian democracy and a big supporter of it. The thing is, we know these things when we elect a president, right? Okay, well, I know you're just being one of those horrible team people that destroy America. So stop it. Knock it off. Okay? Biden's a weak president, a poor president. You don't need to find conspiratorial nonsense for us to conclude that, you know? You've got to get that out of your system. It's not healthy for you or for the country. The Rangers are up 3-0, 4-0 now. Wow, the Devils are getting spanked. You'd think in a battle of Devils and Rangers, the Devils would have an advantage, but not tonight. No, it's all Rangers. It's the third period. They're up by 4 goals. I think this game is, we can fairly well call this game over. You know, I'm going to switch to a different game because let's see how the A's are doing. This is a pregame show still. As soon as the first inning starts, the A's begin the game down 3-0 before anybody even steps up to the plate. All right, let's see what the basketball game has to offer us. What does literally canceled mean? In what sense was he literally canceled? How was he literally canceled? His voice has plenty of platform. Lots of people read his Twitter account. Lots of people see what he says. He gets interviewed by people in the news, etc. Well, the fact that some things get censored on some platforms is not the same thing as somebody, quote, literally being canceled. So you've got to stop being so enamored with these kind of loaded terms and these ideas that just because somebody doesn't have as much of a voice or as... Okay, well, the thing is, sponsors who drop him, that's their prerogative. They've decided he's no longer an asset to their brand. Twitter is a platform that banned him for, I don't know why. Do you know why? I bet you don't. He lost his family. I mean, he had problems with Kim Kardashian and they split up. And if Kim Kardashian is keeping his kids away from him, That's her doing. You're pushing together all these totally disparate things into trying to create a single picture out of it that is completely not, does not resonate intuitively as correct at all. Well, how did he lose $1.6 billion? You mean he lost his endorsement deal because he chose to politicize things in ways that the Adidas company didn't want, right? He said he was going to go DEFCON 3 on a certain protected class. What's DEFCON 3? The thing is, again, Mr. Bobby, you're talking about Kanye, right? Now he's been canceled because I guess he's speaking too much truth or something. But you have right in front of you, you're talking to somebody who's a million times better than any of those people, right? I'm both correct. I run no risk of being canceled because I'm correct. And I'm not afraid to be outspoken about unpopular positions, but I'll speak about them correctly so that neither side a lot of times is going to like me. The pro-COVID side doesn't like me because I corrected their bullshit. The anti-COVID side doesn't like me because I corrected their bullshit. This is the problem I have, right? People don't necessarily like to be corrected. But until we start prioritizing correctness as the criterion upon which we should choose our elected officials, we will continue to be in the middle of this clusterfuck of nonsense called the disillusion of American democracy. I mean, if he doesn't know the difference between DEFCON and DEFCON, he certainly doesn't have business being the commander-in-chief. Right. I'm not making wild claims that I can't substantiate. I'm correcting those who do. Well, the basketball game's no good either. The Cleveland Cavaliers are up by almost 30 points over the New York Knickerbockers. So no point in watching that game. Thanks, Mr. Bobby. Sometimes I am. Sometimes I get mad and then I'm not persuasive. In general, I do a poor job of being persuasive. I do an excellent job of being correct and a poor job of being persuasive. Because it's like I'm used to arguing things with intelligent people at a high level. And when like I encounter somebody on YouTube, like that guy who Winston's mom set me up an interview with, that guy, oh, it just enrages me because this guy is just playing pundit theater, and instead of using his opportunity to engage with me to learn anything, he just doubles down on his stupidity. Super frustrating. Who trusts the Kardashians? Does anybody trust the Kardashians? I don't think so. I mean, I think of the Kardashians, Khloe Kardashian, the one who was married to Lamar Odom, I think she's the most trustworthy one. She doesn't have very good taste in men because Lamar Odom was a horrible partner to her, but she seems pretty loyal and like a real person. Unlike Kim Kardashian doesn't seem like a real human being at all. She just seems like this character that she's created for public consumption. I mean, I wonder what she thinks about when doing self-reflection late at night or something. He really just thinks, my butt is so big. I'm Kim Kardashian. That's hot. He probably just channels Paris Hilton. That's hot. Paris Hilton, you want to talk about some serious, mind-blowing insight. When she pointed out that that was hot, it was like a whole new world opened up to me. Oh my God, I said, that is hot. I love it now. Finally, I can live a real, full, and fully realized life. Back when I thought everything was cold, life was shitty. But now that I know that that's hot, I mean, so many doors have opened. Behind one of them, fire. Behind another, a hot pan. Behind a third, a hot tamale. Behind a fourth, flaming red hots. You want to come outside, kitty? You can come outside if you want. That's what outside's for. Coming. I wonder what my neighbor's listening to. Some kind of country music. I don't recognize exactly what it is. So, I don't know if you've heard of this person before. There's this person named Lizzo, who's a musical artist. And I had the TV muted and I saw this commercial. It looked like some sort of commercial for a horrible drag show or something. And I'm like, who is that? What is this horrible thing? And then Rachel's like, no, she's a musical artist. I said, well, put on one of her songs. And Rachel did. And it was pretty fucking badass. I was very surprised. Because just looking at the visual aesthetic of her show, I thought, oh, dear Lord. Could anything be more awful? But yeah, she's an impressive artist, actually. Very impressed with her track that I listened to yesterday. And you know, a lot of impressive musical artists don't necessarily have good visual aesthetics. Look at the Beatles, you know. Their movies were not good. If you want to go see a good film, don't rent Help. If you want to spend an excellent couple of hours in front of the movie screen on the TV, don't check out A Hard Day's Night. If you want to see all the nuanced artistry and grace of the psychedelic era expressed visually, don't check out any Beatles stuff. Yes, they sometimes wore cool clothes, but they did not know how to make movies. They were not movie makers, and that's fine. You know, the Beatles, they're the greatest band of all time. They don't need to also be good at making movies. They totally get a pass. You know, like, your movies are shitty, no problem. You're still welcome to come over to my house for dinner, Paul McCartney. In fact, I'll even cook vegan food for you and your dead wife, whose vegan diet served her so well that she died young of something. And the doctors said, finally, at the end, the cause of death was insufficient pork. Insufficient pork killed that woman. But even so, I will cook whatever Sir Paul McCartney wants for dinner. Yeah, like Michael Jordan sucks at golf. Okay, you get to suck at golf. That's fine. You don't have any of your overall badassery reduced by sucking at golf. But I tell you who absolutely cannot suck at golf without losing all of their badassery. Chai Rodriguez, aka the Pride of Puerto Rico, aka the Golfin' Chai. If you aren't absolutely obsessed with Chai Rodriguez, then what cave have you been living in? A particularly dumb cave, obviously. Because right now, with today's kids, Chai Rodriguez is pretty much all the teen sex symbols combined. All the teeny boppers have pictures of Chai Rodriguez on their walls. Let's see how the A's are doing. Okay, it is the first inning. There are no outs. And the Cubs already have a man on second base. Juan Pablo Montoya. Wasn't he the guy in Princess Bride? My name is Juan Pablo Montoya. You killed my father. Now, prepare to die. Not enough brain worms if you don't need enough pork. And if you don't have brain worms, they won't till your brain soil and nothing will grow. So keep that in mind. Indigo Montoya. That guy who played that role ended up being in Criminal Minds years later. That's a secret they don't tell us. Have they told you about the secret of the Mexican standoff? The secret is you don't need to be scared, even though someone's pointing a gun at you, because you're pointing a gun at them. Therefore, neither person will ever shoot. Just make sure this is happening in Mexico, though. In other countries, one of the two parties is going to say, why don't I just fire my gun? The Big Bang hid all the important information from us. It blew it all up. Right before the Big Bang, all the explanations were in a nice, neatly organized database. And then the Big Bang happened and blew everything up, and now we don't know anything anymore. Mandy Patinkin. Why is his name Mandy? Mandy is not a boy's name. Mandy is definitely not a boy's name. There's no way you can try to claim that Mandy is a boy's name. You might be able to try to claim it with something like Judy. Judy might be a man's name, but Mandy? No. I should have named him Manrod. Manrod Steel Pole. And they're Spanish. Juan Pablo Montoya and Inigo Montoya are Spaniards. They're from Spain, from Barcelona, perhaps, or perhaps from Seville. Is Seville in Spain or is it in Portugal? What about Chai Chai? Well, I mean, he's Puerto Rican. He's he's you know history's greatest Puerto Rican golfer, historically speaking. Yeah. Purely on the efforts of Chai Chai Rodriguez was Puerto Rico did it graduate from a territory to a state. It wasn't a lot of fanfare, but Puerto Rico is now the 51st state. Kooky. You're crying, you're sad, you're crying, then you're sad, and then you're kind of happy. Those are your three emotions today? First you cry, then you're sad, then you're happy, but you have tears in your eyes? Was it our discussion of Spain that made you cry? Did it make you think of all those medieval relics that they've ruined and trying to restore them? Spain is terrible at restoring relics. Well, yeah, I think Morgan's okay for a chick because you got Morgan Freeman as a dude, but you also got Morgan Fairchild. Is that her name? Who was an actress lady. I think Morgan can go either way. Mergen could also go either way. But I think we can all agree that the single gayest name in history, regardless of whether it's given to a boy or a girl, is Jazz. Thanks, Mr. Bobby. Appreciate you praising my SI. It's like a steel trap with lots of holes in it. Can we ask the Tarot whether I should make a YouTube channel? Sure. Jazz. Jazz is a horrible name. Nobody should name their child Jazz. It's like naming them Rainbow. It's horrible. It's a horrible, horrible name. Don't name your kid Jazz and don't name your kid Rainbow. My child's name is Woke Diversity. Woke Diversity Strauss. Because I'm really into wokery, I'm super into diversity. Woke Diversity. That's the coolest name for a boy is Woke. Woke Diversity Strauss hyphen Latinx. Of the Hispanic Federation. Lately you favored Gorge. Gorge isn't a good name for anybody. And I'll tell you why. Because it makes you think of a gorge. It also makes you think of a gourd. Would you like to name your kid Gourd? Gourd? If you name your kid Gourd, then you can put him on the table at Thanksgiving. That'll be a treat for you. I think a good boy's name is well, I like August. Augie. I had an uncle named Augie. So I like that name. It's weird. It's unusual. But it's a cool name. Names that you want to avoid if you're naming a boy nowadays. If you don't want to seem like you're 15 years out of date or whatever. Don't name your boy Connor, Parker, Cooper, or like, what's another name like that for a boy? Don't name them any of those three names. Don't name them Cooper, Connor, or Parker. Those are dated. Those are like 10 years ago names. If you want to be current, you got to name them something with an apostrophe in it. Mason is good. Mason's a great name for a boy. I like Mason a lot. But like Famangelo Kevin is a good name for a boy. That's what Tiffany named her horse. Was not actually a horse, and his name is actually Randall. But regardless, from F apostrophe Mangelo, Famangelo Kevin. No, F apostrophe Mangelo, not Flamingo. Is Randall a good name? I mean, it's alright, except your nickname's Randy and it means horny. Famangelo, exactly. You need an apostrophe if you want to be up to date with your boy names. Contemporary names have apostrophes. You can even throw a hashtag in there. Like hashtag rock would be a good name for a boy. Triumphant Glory Strauss. Or Majestic Triumph would also be a good name. How about Superior Person? That way everyone would know that they're inferior to your child. Superior Person Strauss. The Truth. You name your kid The Truth. What are good first name, middle name combos? Barnaby Skip. You want one long and one short name for your first and middle. You could go either way. You get first name short, middle name long, or middle name short, first name long. Like Jarvarius Pud. Jarvarius Pud Wong hyphen Hernandez. Javarius Pud Wong hyphen Hernandez. The thing about this hyphening your last names, it's a really dumb idea because you're basically saying, I'm going to make it impossible for my child to do the same thing. Let's say Wong Hernandez and Jacobson Goldstein, hyphen Goldstein, get married and they have a kid. Are they going to name their kid Wong hyphen Hernandez hyphen Jacobson hyphen Goldstein? No, they're not. So they should just knock off the hyphenated last names right now. That's a single generation. Like I'm gonna use up all of the dodo birds right now, kind of a thing. People shouldn't do that. Like Delilah, when she gets married, she and I discussed this plenty. Her kid is gonna have the last name Strauss. I don't want to hear any bullshit. You know, maybe she's not gonna get married to a guy or whatever. Goldstein Hernandez. You know what? If your last name is Hernandez, Goldstein is a good first name for your child. Goldstein Hernandez. Goldstein Mahmoud Hernandez. That would be a good name. That would really confuse people, especially if you're like blonde, blue-eyed white person. Mahmoud, yes. Well, we're trying to confuse people. That's the whole idea. Goldstein Mahmoud Hernandez is it's like from Iceland, you know, practically translucent. They're so white. It turns out that Hernandez is actually a historically Icelandic name. It's one of the ones that doesn't fit in with the other ones. Most of the Icelandic names are like RJKQST. That's their last name. But there is a thriving community of Hernandezes in Iceland as well. It's not spelled the same. It's spelled HRNDDZZXTQ, but it's pronounced Hernandez. Skip. Skip's a good name. Now, if you're going to name your kid's first name Skip, don't name their second name Chip. Skip Chip that's not a good first to second name combo. Unless your last name is Blip. Skip Chip Lip Blip. Skip Chip Lip. Maybe your last name has to be Lip. Then you should name your kid Skip Chip. What about Spot? Is Spot a good name for a boy? Or Rover? How about Marmaduke? I think Marmaduke's a good name for a boy. Zane? Yeah, I guess if you want to be all like boutique-y with your names. Zane. Like Lassie? Marmaduke is a pretty badass name. It's kind of got a similar quality to Bartholomew. It's a cumbersome name. It's a full blown name. It's got full blown eggs. Harvey, nobody's going to name their kid Harvey nowadays because everybody thinks of Harvey Weinstein. Marmalade for the females. Charmaine. Charmaine is a good name for a girl. Charmaine Delarte Squandalosh. Charmaine Delarque Chandalosh. Charlemagne. Charlemagne's not a bad name for a boy. Who's the mayor? Charlemagne. Corey made a song about Charlemagne many years ago. I'm sure much preceding Charlemagne the God, the radio host. How about Areola Clitoris? Areola Clitoris Jason Brown. Rachel and I were watching this episode of Drunk History where they were telling the story of some society woman back in the day who married this guy who wanted her to change her name to Clitoris, but spelled with a Y. It's like Jerry Buss, former Lakers owner Jerry Buss, before he died. He wanted his girlfriend or something, or wife maybe, to change her name to Puppy. Puppy? Puppy's kind of a good name for a girl. Puppy Meow Meow Strauss. Is Spencer a good name? I don't dislike the name Spencer, but it makes me think of a dispenser. Criterica hood? Criterica hood? Criterica hood? Criterica is not a good name for a person. Makes you think of a critter, first of all. And with hood, it definitely makes you sound like clitoris hood. But if your last name's gonna be Hood, you should name your kid Neighbor, but spell it differently. Naybor. I need to. It's a play on rogues dealing with a lot of crits. I played Rogue too. Double Stabbies for me. My horse's name was Buck Nasty. It's a good name for a horse. It's a good name for a horse. I never really played any WoW. I mean, I actually did, but back before it was an online multiplayer game. David Duchovny. Maybe you were just a cleric with a roguish streak, Rubinar. A cleric with a taste for the ladies. Every morning, you'd wake up and try to pray the sex away. But despite all your efforts, you continued to leave a trail of satisfied women behind you. Satisfied but not thrilled. That cleric, the sex would have been good, except he kept pushing crucifixes against my face. What about Grimly? Grimly's a good name for a boy. Or Grum. Grum. Grum Nougat Garshenway. Grum Nougat Garshenway is a good name for a person. Garshenway in general is a good last name. You know, there's somebody on the Oakland A's, the catcher, his name is Shea Langoliers. As your last name is Langoliers, you want to avoid any sh sound in the first name, because then everybody's going to nickname your kid Chandeliers. Yeah, Elon Musk's baby daughter is named AEXO2 or something like that. Gravid? That means pregnant. Why would Elon Musk name his daughter Pregnant? I don't know, Misfortune. I don't keep track of Eric Thor's goings about very much. Ever since I stole his Yearny boat, Rachel and I have just been sailing the seas of the world. Gravid is a good name for a boy, though. Gravid making. Gravid making inseminator. Inseminator is a good name for a boy. Inseminator, uh, inseminator seed spew. Miles isn't a bad name. As long as the middle name is kilometers. I think Steuben is a pretty good name. Stuben. Steuben Heinrich. Steuben Heinrich Gewelte Fish. Adam, Ben, William. Adam's meh. Ben is meh. William's meh. They're all very boring. You know. Maybe Badam. If you put a B in front of Adam, that would be a better name. Or a G, Gadam. I think Willie is a bad name for a boy. Along with Enos, Dick, Schlong. All those are bad names for a boy. Walter's not a bad name. You planning on having some sons? I think you should name them after different makes and models of Toyotas. Name one of them Tundra. Name one of them Tacoma. Paul Enos. Willie Enos will be a terrible name. You know what name I like? I like Mookie. It seems like if you're going to name your kid Mookie, he's kind of guaranteed to be a baseball player. Doesn't it seem like baseball's had a number of Mookies over the years, and no other sport has ever had a Mookie? You know, Rachel and I were watching a dog show, and the team of dog owners and dogs that won the agility pentathlon or whatever, they had named their team Skid Marks. Obviously, what they meant by that name was our dogs are so fast that they leave skid marks on the ground. But what everybody thought when they heard their name was that all those people had poop on their underwear. So that's why you got to spend some time before you think, before you decide on a name. You know, like don't name your flower shop Puss, right? That's not a good name for your flower shop. That's not going to draw customers in. Don't name your don't name your restaurant, your salad restaurant. Don't name it Orifice Discharge. Orifice Discharge is a poor name for anything really. Cockroach Salad Bar. That would also be a poor name for your salad bar. Or Sneeze and Mucus's Salad Bar Extravaganza. Badcock Furniture Store is an actual store company name. Well, a lot of old stores had kind of that kind of stuff in their name, and nobody thought anything of it. Nowadays, everybody thinks, "Oh, your name has penis in it." Or like You wouldn't want to call yourself our nature's discharge. Sure, maybe vegetables are nature's discharge, but you still don't want to call it that. You want to call it something like nature's bounty or nature's harvest. Something like that, you know. It's appealing to people. Don't name your bridal shop Infected Wound. Infected Wound Bridal Shop. Even if you pronounce it Infected Wound, doesn't matter. Well, it's like my store that I wanted to open in the mall called Fajot Buffet, which is spelled Faggot, new word Buffet. And I got a lot of pushback. I said, what is the problem? I want my fancy store to have a French sounding name. I name it Fajot Buffet, you know? I was surprised to see so many men, despite the fact that it's a women's clothing store. I guess there must have been some confusion there. I'm not sure how that happened. I want to open Fajot Buffet right next door to Wrong Hole, my restaurant that just serves the anuses of various creatures. Uh-oh. I think Rachel did that by accident. Sorry, show media. Rachel, I think you timed out show media by accident. Back in the 1900s, Eric used to hit up them prostitutes with Hugh Grant. No, actually, I never did hit up any prostitutes. Never been to a prostitute because that's disgusting. That's not hygienic. You have no idea where that thing's been. You know exactly where it's been. Everywhere anybody wants to take it. You just don't go near any of that stuff. That's called dirty, dirty, dirty. Don't be humping the dirty hose. Nobody wins in that scenario. Don't be humping some dirty hose. Everybody loses. Everybody loses. Hold on a second. You want me to pay your money to have sex with you? What if I don't like it? I still have to pay? Okay, but you're a virgin, right? Do I have a middle name? Yes. It's Dale. Not a very good middle name. Could be. It's a half girl's name, you know. Nebuchadnezzar? That's a pretty good one. Methuselah? Yeah, my middle name is Dale. Rachel's middle name is Warmonger. Rachel Warmonger Lapalosa. And then in parentheses after it, Destroyer of Worlds. I don't like the name Dale for myself personally, but it's my middle name. I'm stuck with that. Your middle name is Dawn. It sounds like Dawn and Dale could go skipping through the tulips all day long, right? That's what I don't like about Dale. Dawn and Dale have a wonderful time doing super gay stuff. Zebedee, father of James and John, not realizing it was a man's name. Zebedee's a man's name? Dawn's a good name. It's also a good time of day and a good soap. Hold on a second. Is your first name Misfortune by any chance Beige? Zelda's a good name. If you like F. Scott Fitzgerald. Golden. Golden Dawn. Oh. I'd prefer you were named Beige Dawn. Bloody. Bloody Dawn would be a good name. Bloody Dawn Manslayer. That's your full name. Would I ever change my name? No, I'm Eric Dale Strauss. I'm an SI type, so I've got lots of nicknames for myself, but I've carried around that name my whole life. Not going to change it now. Uh, you know, I kind of wish they had named me Eric Richard Strauss, which they were considering. Bloody Dawn Manslayer's initials are BDSM. You got an excellent point there. That's because when Bloody Dawn Manslayer is done slaying men, creating a Bloody Dawn, she goes to a sex dungeon where she's surprisingly not a dominatrix but a submissive. You'd think with all that killing. Yeah, because you don't want two single syllable names. You gotta have, well, I guess Eric's two syllables. But it doesn't seem like it's two syllables. Eric Dale's fine. But it would have been better if they had named me Bone Spinner. Bone Spinner. Bone Spinner Tube Strauss. What do you think about Tube as a name for a boy or a girl? A girl should be named Tubie. Tubie. But a boy should just be named Tube or Tubo or Tubobo. Tubobo. Nagawanda. Sounds like the name of an African basketball player. Dracula. But you know what? Dracula ends in an A. How about Draculo? Or just Dracoo. Dracu. John Elton. John Ethan makes me think too much of Elton John. Anastasia Guacamole is fantastic. I do think people should have a capital letter in each of their name, but I don't necessarily think it should be the first letter. Anastasia Guacamole is a good name. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious is not a good name. Draculo. How about Crad? C-R-A-D. Crad, Greg, Crad, Greg, Crad is too close to crap. How about Prac? P-R-A-C. Cradwick would be the full name, sure. But what about Prac? P-R-A-C. Prac. Prac seems like a good name for a boy. Xander is a pretty cool name. I can see that Xander is a pretty cool name. But really, aren't you just leaving off the A-L-E in front of it? Mm-hmm. Prackner. Practavius. Practavius is the full name. P-R-A-C-T-A-V-I-U-S. Practavius. Practavius would go well with Marmaduke, I think. Practavius Marmaduke Bellingham. Practavius Marmaduke Bellingham is a good name. Also, I think a great middle name is Cutlets. It doesn't matter whether you're a boy or a girl. Names like Steve Cutlets Johnson. That's a great name. Julie Cutlets Smithenstein. Thanks for the reassurance, Show Media. It's good FE. It helps us feel less alarmed that we might have offended you. Smithenstein? Yeah, well. What do you think about Dakota for a girl's name? I think Dakota is the equivalent of Connor, Cooper, and Parker. It's like 10 or 15 years old. Don't name your daughter Dakota. Name her Cutlets. Or just, maybe Cutlet Lover. First name is Cutlet. Last name, the middle name is Lover. Last name is whatever it is, Williams. Cutlet Lover Williams. Cutlet Fondle would also work. Cutlet Fondle Jennings. What do you guys think about Jewy Leprechaun as a name? Jewie is the first name. Second name, Leprechaun. But it's not spelled the hard way. It's just spelled Leprokan. Leprechaun. Maybe there's an apostrophe between the L and the E. Leprechaun. I think it's a great name of a lake in Los Angeles area is Pudding Stone. Pudding Stone is a good name. It would be a great last name to have. Pudding Stone would be a good middle name. I don't know if it's a little cumbersome as a first name, but like Daryl Puddingstone Canters. I like the idea of a stone made out of pudding. Seems counterintuitive. How can pudding be a stone? It's too soft. But you know, if there's a will, there's a way. And with the petrifying gaze of the Gorgon, we can turn anything, including pudding, into stone. We just have to retrieve her from mythological Greece. We'll bring in Medusa as a backup. In person, you guys, with your eyes, I'd be quiet turtle with something Cummins. I don't have my glasses. Reading's asking a little much of me at this point. My neighbor's in some weird old country, like it's old. It's gotta be like from the 40s or something like that. I like it. It's like blue, blue, blue. There's some banjo solo. I guess your first name is Bobby, and your second name is Mista. Is it Dan Steve? Are you Daniel Steven? Are you Mark John? Zachary is a good name. I'm known as Zach or two. They have the advantage of having their name start with a Z. Especially if their middle name is Xavier. Zachary Xavier, and their last name is Yellowcake. Zachary Xavier Yellowcake. If your last name was Yellowcake, around 2001, you really wanted to change it. Everyone would associate you with uranium at that point. One of your kids has a Z name? Is it Zebra? Is it Zebra? It's like Deborah, but you spell it with a Z. Is it Zandy? And mine is A, we run the gambit. Z for Vendetta, Zebra. Zandy, we know as Andy. You put a Z in front of any girl's name, like Zabara instead of Barbara. Zarbara. You're a zebraholic? Look, you just gotta take it one day at a time, show media. Just for today only, no zebras. Okay? Work the steps, call me tomorrow. I know it's hard at first, but we'll get through this together. You'll get over your zebra addiction, and I'll finally graduate from Anal Wreckage Anonymous. I'll be down to putting things no bigger than this torch into my butt. That's my goal. Earlier, I had this whole propane heater in my butt. That's too much. It's too big. Now my butthole's sore. So I'm working on it. I'm getting better one day at a time. Rachel's really supportive. She, Zippany. She helped me get the guitar out of my butt the other day. Gorgonstein. Gorgonstein sounds like a kind of cheese. Because it sounds like a mixture between gorgonzola and I don't know what kind of cheese has steen in it. Why don't you just name your kid Gorgonzola? Gorgonzola Liebermensch. I don't know what Liebermensch means, but it seems like it goes with it. I used to be loud. I pick my moments better now. At least I hope I do. I'm not really that loud. Sometimes I am. Yeah. The problem is, I'm not convinced it's making my butthole stronger. I think all those massive objects moving in and out of my butt via my butthole is weakening its sphinctery grip. You're frozen and feel naked in person? Well, putting on a jacket would solve both those problems. You should go on Naked and Afraid, show media. Kelly Clarkson, Lindsay Lohan. If your last name is Wood, you should name your kid Chuck. Chuck Wood. Charles Wood. Chuck Wood. He'd definitely get the nickname Woodchuck. You're already naked and afraid? Well, then you might as well go on the show, you know? There's no change for you. You'll be able to tough it out no problem. You're constantly naked and afraid. It'll just be like another day at the office for you. What about Salty? Salty Moisture Jacobson. It's a good name for a girl, probably. Moist and salty. Moistened is the first name. Salty is the second name. Ebony Black, but she's a white girl. Yeah. Chow Wah. You know, it's a good name for a girl. Chow Wah. I know a lady named Chow Wah. She also goes by the name Jeffrey's mom. Think about Wah as a name. It makes me think of somebody going, like getting hit and going, Wah! But, you know, Jeffrey's dad's name is Hui, Hui, but it's pronounced Hui, Hui, Hui. It's like you're supposed to put your H after your W, not before it. Like wheel, not Hui. That's backwards. Hui Lewis in the news. Yeah, you know what? Jeffrey's dad should start a band called Hui Lewis in the News. He definitely should. I think it won't be a Huey Lewis in the News cover band. It'll be chamber music because he plays for the LA Philharmonic. The last name's Black. The Black family, they're white people, but they named their daughter Ebony Midnight. Jack Black's daughter, right. Jack Black's daughter should be named Ebony Midnight. Ebony Midnight Black. She's half Asian and half white. I like how African people name their kids things like Wonderful or Miracle or what do you call two Mexicans playing basketball? Sweaty? I mean, they name their kids things like Spectacular Hallelujah or whatever. It's it's a strange way to name some a person. You don't even know if they're gonna how they're gonna turn out yet. You know, like you name your kid Majestic King Nagawanka. What if he doesn't turn out to be a majestic king? What if he turns out to be a lowly serf? A lowly, uncultured serf. What if that? And then what have you done? You've just burdened him with an ironic name. Wonderful Creation Finnegan. There was a serial killer named Wonderful Creation Finnegan. Wonderful Creation is a hilarious name. Angel Song DeMarco. What do you think about Coochie Beaver as a name for a girl? Coochie Beaver. Madison Sky Stefania Di Domenic Antonio. Turbulence is not a bad first name. I'll tell you what's a great first name for a girl is Thunder. For sure. You can't go wrong naming your girl Thunder. You gotta give her a really girly second name though, like Thunder Lace. Thunder. What's the girliest name imaginable? Bambi. Thunder. Thunder, Bambi, or Gigi. I think we need a one syllable second name, but it still needs to be very girly. Thunder. What's a one syllable girl name that's girly? Most Sue. Sue's pretty girly. That's a good one. Or May. Thunder May. Thunder Bree. Bree's not bad. Thunder May. I think Thunder May. Thunder Plum. I like Thunder Plum a lot. Thunder Plum. Di Domenic Antonio. Thunderpuss. Thunderpuss is probably a little not so great. Thunder May or Thunder Plum. I like Thunder Plum. I just want Plum to be her last name or her to have no middle name. Just be Thunder Plum. Yeah. Madison Sky Stefanic Di Domenic Antonio. was the student I had with the longest name ever. It filled up like 3 lines on the printout that they gave you for your class list. Madison Sky Stefaniak Di Dominicantonio. That was her name. Madison Sky Stefaniak Di Dominicantonio. I think it's 15 syllables total. 10 or 15. I didn't keep track of my fives very well. Antonio Banderas is a good name. Mac Daddy. Mac's not a bad first name for a boy. Mac Burton. Mac Burton. Mac Burton Squandalosh is a good name for a person. Burton. Burton's a pretty good name. Scorden. Skirtin. Scorder. Scorder. Scorder is not a bad name. Mackenzie is a good name. You got a good name, Mackenzie. Brenda, not such a great name. Gishy. I like Gishy. Yeah. What about Gushy? Gushy would be good. Gushy Sploosh. Gushy Sploosh. You know, Posner. Blason Blarick Smith. Blason Blarick? Slasher Slushy Sloosher. Like Kinsey or Ack or Akin or C or Maxie or McCann, Macadoodle. Macadoodle's a great name, a great family nickname. Kenzers is great too. Those are great names. Mac Attack's dumb, but you know, to be expected. Kinzane. Well, if you're gonna call you Kinzane, they should add a title after, like Kinzane the Impaler. Troy. What about Tori? What about Tori for a girl? I like Tori as a girl's name. I think that it's a pretty good name. I don't like the one Tori I've ever known, but I think it's a good name. It's better than Hoary. Barnaby Elmore. I like Barnaby Elmore. Tori. Yeah. Barnaby Elmore is pretty good. Kinzane in the membrane. Right. Well, it's not the end of the world if people are singing Cypress Hill songs to you. Just be glad you aren't Delilah. People are always asking her, what's it like in New York City? What do you think about masculine man-male as your first and middle names? Yeah. Well, I actually did that to the first time ever, like not very long ago. Because I called her up and I just said without thinking about it, I said, hey there, Delilah. And then she's like, hi, Dad. And I'm like, I guess I'm going to ask you, what's it like in New York City? Yeah, Masculine's a pretty great name. There's an old watch company called Accutron. that's a good name as well. Um, Masculon cavity fill. Masculon penetrate. Masculon penetrate should be his first and second name. Maybe penetration. Masculon penetration Strauss. And he turns out to be a twink. And you're like, I wish I hadn't named him that. I should have named him Catcher Cocktake. Catcher Cocktake is a good name for your son if he turns out to be, you know, bottoms of a gay relationship. That's why we shouldn't name our children until they're like 10 years old and we know what they're like. Huge disappointments. Huge disappointment Strauss. That's what my parents would have named me, I'm sure. Well, that's if they got to name me at like 25 or something. At that point, they probably would have just named me. Huge disappointment. Ungreat Dogsby. Or, you could just name them Horrible Gadsby as an alternative. Expensive Accident. Expensive Accident Smith. I don't know, they might go by the name Cookie Monster, true story. Well, it's better than naming your kid Oscar the Grouch. Because that guy makes the very questionable decision to live in a trash can. And, even if you're homeless, surely there's a better place to stay than inside of a trash can where people put trash. And naturally, his commitment to this extremely poor decision to live in the trash can has made him grouchy. I don't understand why nobody explained to him you could live next to the trash can. Then at least people wouldn't put trash on your head. No, he's not forced to live in the trash can. He wants to live in that trash can. Or see, what I think is he used some poor intuition and bad reasoning and concluded that that was the best place for him to live. And then he's really one of those I will not switch horses in midstream kind of a guys. And yeah, the where I got thunder from, Ruben, is I heard this, when I was teaching in China and Shanghai, there was one group of kids at the school. All the Chinese kids picked an American name or a Western name to use when dealing with Western teachers. It was like a kind of an English language immersion kind of school. And one of these little Chinese girls, they all picked regular names like Dave, John, whatever. But one of these little Chinese girls, she wasn't that little, she was like 6th grade or something. But she had chosen for herself the name Thunder. I was just like, you are badass. You've got good intuition about what name to pick for yourself because that's fantastic. Yeah. Yeah, it's good and I is right. Because how it was made so perfect by the fact that she's this little unassuming kind of mousy Chinese girl. But apparently not lacking for self-esteem. Thunder hit Jimmy because he was mean. No, they didn't hit each other or anything like that. They were well behaved. I had one group that was kind of like delinquenty. An older group that really like didn't want to be there. But the rest of the kids were all pretty good. Why am I in here? Eric, we're scared. You're taking us someplace we don't normally go. Because I need to get another pack of cigarettes. Yeah, she literally brings the thunder. When she walks into a room, everybody like turns around their heads and goes, what was that? Sounded like thunder. You know, like Paris Hilton was named after a city, Paris. It comes in France, right? In general, it's not a bad idea to consider naming your kids after cities, such as Berlin, or Reykjavik, or The Hague. I named my kid The Hague. Thunder Golf Clap. I'm not sure where the golf comes from. How about fappy autoeroticism? For a boy, obviously. Fappy. You mean like this? Waldachuk. The A's pitcher right now is named Waldachuk. That's his last name. I don't know what his first name is. He looks kind of like a Brian. Might be a Brian Waldachuk. Hi, Boba Fett. Maybe a Bronco. Aaron? I don't like it because you also have Erin, so it's one of those names like Dale. It could be for a boy or a girl. I don't like those names. What do you think about Consuela? Consuela, Rosarita, Maria, Lupita. Oh yeah, Consuela, the name of the made on Family Guy. That's right. Forgot about that lady. No, no, no. Mr. Peter, no here. Um, I think a good name for a boy would be Ultimate Cheeseburger. Ultimate cheeseburger Strauss. Maximum thrust. Would also be a good name for a boy. Max Thrust. Yeah, I think no, I think Pamela is not a good name. Pammy. I also think generally Rebecca is not a good name. Becky, you know. Uh, I think Bertha is not a very good name. I think Barbara is not a very good name. Barbara. How did that even become a name? Barbara. Barbara. I just like what's it right now? Wow, B-A-B-A-B-A, blah blah blah. Oh, you need something else in there. Barbara, Barbara. Yes, that's right. Okay, I gotta end this stream. I'm about to run out of electricity on my phone. Since I have the lavalier mic plugged in, I can't charge it. So have a great evening. Thanks so much for being here. I love you all. And don't forget to name your children Barbara.